Book 2, Chapter 4 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 4, Gil Blas goes on practicing physic with equal success and ability. Adventure of the Recovered Ring. I was no sooner at home than Dr. Sangrado came in. I talked to him about the patients I had seen and paid into his hands 8 remaining reals of the 12 I had received from my prescriptions. 8 reals, said he, as he counted them, mighty little for 2 visits. But we must take things as we find them. In the spirit of taking things as he found them, he laid violent hands on 6, giving me the other 2. Here, Gil Blas, continued he, see what a foundation to build upon. I make over to you the 4th of all you may bring me. You will soon feather your nest, my friend, for by the blessing of Providence there will be a great deal of ill health this year. I had reason to be content with my dividend, since having determined to keep back the 3rd part of what I received in my rounds, and afterwards touching another 4th of the remainder, half of the whole, if arithmetic is anything more than a deception, would become my prerequisite. This inspired me with new zeal for my profession. The next day, as soon as I had dined, I resumed my medical paraphernalia and took the field once more. I visited several patients on the list and treated their several complaints in one invariable routine. Hitherto things went on under the rose, and no individual, thank heaven, had risen up in rebellion against my prescriptions. But let a physician's cures be as extraordinary as they will, some quack or other is always ready to rip up his reputation. I was called into a grocer's son in a dropsy. Whom should I find there before me but a little black-looking physician by name Dr. Cuchillo, introduced by a relation of the family. I bowed round most profoundly, but dipped lowest to the personage whom I took to have been invited to a consultation with me. He returned my compliment with a distant air. Then, having stared me in the face for a few seconds, "Signor Doctor," said he, "I beg pardon for being inquisitive. I thought I had been acquainted with all my brethren in Valladolid, but I confess your physiognomy is altogether new. You must have been settled but a short time in town." I avowed myself a young practitioner acting as yet under the direction of Dr. Sangrado. "I wish you joy," replied he politely. "You are studying under a great man. You must doubtless have seen a vast deal of sound practice, young as you appear to be." He spoke this with so easy an assurance that I was at a loss whether he meant it seriously or was laughing at me. While I was conning over my reply, the grocer, seizing on the opportunity, said, "Gentlemen, I am persuaded of your both being perfectly competent in your art. Have the goodness without ado to take the case in hand, and devise some effectual means for the restoration of my son's health." Thereupon the little pulse counter set himself about reviewing the patient's situation, and after having dilated to me on all the symptoms, asked me what I thought the fittest method of treatment. "I am of opinion," replied I, "that he should be bled once a day and drink as much warm water as he can swallow." At these words our diminutive doctor said to me with a malicious simper, "And so you think such a course will save the patient?" "Never doubt it," exclaimed I in a confident tone. "It must produce that effect, because it is a certain method of cure for all distempers. Ask Signor Sangrado." "At that rate," retorted he, "Celsus is altogether in the wrong, for he contends that the readiest way to cure a dropsical subject is to let him almost die of hunger and thirst." "Oh, as for Celsus," interrupted I, "he is no oracle of mine, as fallible as the meanest of us. I often have occasion to bless myself for going contrary to his dogmas." "I discover by your language," said Cuchillo, "the safe and sure method of practice Dr. Sangrado instills into his pupils. Bleeding and drenching are the extent of his resources. No wonder so many worthy people are cut off under his direction." No defamation, interrupted I with some acrimony. A member of the faculty had better not begin throwing stones. Come, come, my learned doctor. Patients can get to the other world without bleeding and warm water, and I question whether the most deadly of us has ever signed more passports than yourself. If you have any crow to pluck with Signor Sangrado, write against him, he will answer you, and we shall soon see who will have the best of the battle. By all the saints in the calendar, swore he in a transport of passion, you little know whom you are talking to. I have a tongue and a fist, my friend, and am not afraid of Sangrado, who, with all his arrogance and affectation, is but a ninny. The size of the little death-dealer made me hold his anger cheap. I gave him a sharp retort. He sent back as good as I brought, till at last we came to cuffs. We had pulled a few handfuls of hair from each other's heads before the grocer and his kinsman could part us. When they had brought this about, they feed me for my attendance and retained my antagonist, whom they thought the more skilful of the two. Another adventure succeeded close on the heels of this. I went to see a huge chanter in a fever. As soon as he heard me talk of warm water, he showed himself so averse to this specific as to fall into a fit of swearing. He abused me in all possible shapes and threatened to throw me out at window. I was in a greater hurry to get out of his house than to get in. I did not choose to see any more patients that day, and repaired to the inn where I had agreed to meet Fabrizio. He was there first. As we found ourselves in a tippling humor, we drank hard and returned to our employers in a pretty pickle, that is to say, so in the upper story. Signor Sangrado was not aware of my being drunk, because he took the lively gestures which accompanied the relation of my quarrel with the little doctor for an effect of the agitation not yet subsided after the battle. Besides, he came in for his share in my report, and feeling himself nettled by Cuchillo, "You have done well, Gil Blas," said he, "to defend the character of our practice against this little abortion of the faculty. So he takes upon him to set his face against watery drenches in dropsical cases. An ignorant fellow. I maintain, I do, in my own person, that the use of them may be reconciled to the best theories. Yes, water is a cure for all sorts of dropsies, just as it is good for rheumatisms and the green sickness. It is excellent, too, in those fevers where the effect is at once to parch and to chill, and even miraculous in those disorders ascribed to cold, thin, phlegmatic, and pituitous humors. This opinion may seem strange to young practitioners like Cuchillo, but it is right orthodox in the best and soundest systems, so that if persons of that description were capable of taking a philosophical view, instead of crying me down, they would become my most zealous advocates. In his rage he never suspected me of drinking, for, to exasperate him still more against the little doctor, I had thrown into my recital some circumstances of my own addition. Yet, engrossed as he was by what I had told him, he could not help taking notice that I drank more water than usual that evening. In fact, the wine had made me very thirsty. Anyone but Sangrado would have distrusted my being so very dry as to swallow down glass after glass, but as for him, he took it for granted, in the simplicity of his heart, that I began to acquire a relish for aqueous potations. Apparently, Gil Blas, said he with a gracious smile, you have no longer such a dislike to water. As heaven is my judge, you quaff it off like nectar. It is no wonder, my friend, I was certain you would take a liking to that liquor. Sir, replied I, there is a tide in the affairs of men. With my present lights, I would give all the wine in Valladolid for a pint of water. This answer delighted the doctor, who would not lose so fine an opportunity of expatiating on the excellence of water. He undertook to ring the changes once more in its praise, not like a hireling pleader, but as an enthusiast in the cause. 1,000 times, exclaimed he, 1,000 and 1,000 times of greater value, as being more innocent than our modern taverns were those baths of ages past, whither the people went not shamefully to squander their fortunes and expose their lives by swilling themselves with wine, but assembled there for the decent and economical amusement of drinking warm water. It is difficult enough to admire the patriotic forecast of those ancient politicians who established places of public resort where water was dealt out gratis to all comers, and who confined wine to the shops of the apothecaries, that its use might be prohibited, but under the direction of physicians. What a stroke of wisdom! It is doubtless to preserve the seeds of that antique frugality emblematic of the golden age that persons are found to this day, like you and me, who drink nothing but water, and are persuaded they possess a prevention or a cure for every ailment, provided our warm water has never boiled. For I have observed that water, when it has boiled, is heavier and sits less easily on the stomach. While he was holding forth thus eloquently, I was in danger more than once of splitting my sides with laughing, but I contrived to keep my countenance, nay more, to chime in with the doctor's theory. I found fault with the use of wine, and pitied mankind for having contracted an untoward relish to so pernicious a beverage. Then, finding my thirst not sufficiently allayed, I filled a large goblet with water, and after having swilled it like a horse, "Come, sir," said I to my master, "let us drink plentifully of this beneficial liquor. Let us make those early establishments of dilution you so much regret to live again in your house." He clapped his hands in ecstasy at these words, and preached to me for a whole hour about suffering no liquid but water to pass my lips. To confirm the habit, I promised to drink a large quantity every evening, and to keep my word with less violence to my private inclinations, I went to bed with a determined purpose of going to the tavern every day. The trouble I had got into at the grocer's did not discourage me from phlebotomizing and prescribing warm water in the usual course. Coming out of a house where I had been visiting a poet in a frenzy, I was accosted in the street by an old woman who came up and asked me if I was a physician. I said yes. "As that is the case," replied she, "I entreat you with all humility to go along with me. My niece has been ill since yesterday, and I cannot conceive what is the matter with her." I followed the old lady to her house, where I was shown into a very decent room, occupied by a female who kept her bed. I went near to consider her case. Her features struck me from the first, and I discovered, beyond the possibility of a mistake, after having looked at her some little time, the she-adventurer who had played the part of Camilla so adroitly. For her part, she did not seem to recollect me at all, whether from the oppression of her disorder or from my dress as a physician rendering me not easy to be known again. I took her by the hand to feel her pulse, and saw my ring upon her finger. I was all in a twitter at the discovery of a valuable on which I had a claim both in law and equity. Great was my longing to make a snatch at it, but considering that these fair ones would set up a great scream, and that Don Raphael or some other defender of injured innocence might rush into their rescue, I laid an embargo on my privateering. I thought it best to come by my own in an honest way, and to consult Fabrizio about the means. To this last course I stuck. In the meantime, the old woman urged me to inform her with what disease her niece was troubled. I was not fool enough to own my ignorance. On the contrary, I took upon myself, as a man of science, and after my master's example, pronounced solemnly that the disorder accrued to the patient from the defect of natural perspiration, that consequently she must lose blood as soon as possible, because if we could not open one pore, we always open another, and I finished my prescription with warm water to do the thing methodically. I shortened my visit as much as possible, and ran to the son of Nunez, whom I met just as he was going out on an errand for his master. I told him my new adventure, and asked his advice about laying an information against Camilla. "Pooh, nonsense," replied he, "that would not be the way to get your ring again. Those gentry think restitution double trouble. Call to mind your imprisonment at Astorga. Your horse, your money, your very clothes, did not they all centre in the hands of justice? We must rather set our wits to work for the recovery of your diamond. I take on myself the charge of inventing some stratagem for that purpose. I will deliberate on it in my way to the hospital, where I have to say but 2 words from my master to the purveyor. Do you wait for me at our house of call, and do not be on the fret. I will be with you shortly." I had waited, however, more than 3 hours at the appointed place when he arrived. I did not know him again at first, besides that he had changed his dress and plaited his hair. A pair of false whiskers covered half his face. He wore an immense sword with a hilt of at least 3 feet in circumference, and marched at the head of 5 men of as swaggering an air as himself, with bushy whiskers and long rapiers. Good day to you, Signor Gil Blas, said he by way of salutation. Behold an alguazil upon a new construction, and marshalmen of like materials in these brave fellows my companions. We have only to be shown where the woman lodges who purloined the diamond, and we will obtain restitution, take my word for it. I hugged Fabrizio at this discourse, which let me into the plot, and testified loudly my approval of the expedient. I paid my respects also to the masquerading marshalmen. They were 3 servants and 2 journeyman barbers of his acquaintance whom he had engaged to act this farce. I ordered wine to be served round to the detachment, and we all went together at nightfall to Camilla's residence. The door was shut, and we knocked. The old woman, taking my companions to be on the scent of justice, and knowing they would not come into that neighborhood for nothing, was terribly frightened. Cheer up again, good mother, said Fabrizio. We are only come here upon a little business which will be soon settled. At these words we made our entry and found our way to the sick chamber, under the guidance of the old dowager, who walked before us, and by favor of a wax taper which she carried in a silver candlestick. I took the light, went to the bedside, and making Camilla take particular notice of my features, Traitress, said I, call to mind the too credulous Gil Blas, whom you have deceived. Ah, thou wickedness personified, at last I have caught thee. The corregidor had taken down my deposition and ordered this alguazil to arrest you. Come, officer, said I to Fabrizio, do your duty. There is no need, replied he, swelling his voice, to inflame my severity. The face of that wretch is not new to me. She has long been marked with red letters in my pocket-book. Get up, my princess, dress your royal person with all possible dispatch. I will be your squire and lodge you in durance vile, if you have no objection. At these words, Camilla, ill as she was, observing 2 marshalmen with large whiskers ready to drag her out of bed by main force, sat up of herself, clasped her hands in an attitude of supplication, and looking at me ruefully said, Signor Gil Blas, have compassion on me. I call as a witness to my entreaties the chaste mother whose virtues you inherit. Guilty as I am, my misfortunes are greater than my crimes. I will give you back your diamond, so do not be my ruin. Speaking to this effect, she drew my ring from her finger and gave it me back. But I told her my diamond was not enough, and that she must refund the 1,000 ducats they had embezzled in the ready-furnished lodging. Oh, as for your ducats, replied she, ask me not about them. That false-hearted deceiver Don Raphael, whom I have not seen from that time to this, carried them off the very same night. Oh, ho, my little darling, said Fabrizio in his turn, that will not do. You had a hand in the robbery, whether you went snacks in the profit or no. You will not come off so cheaply. Your having been accessory to Don Raphael's maneuvers is enough to render you liable to an examination. Your past life is very equivocal, and you must have a good deal upon your conscience. You will have the goodness, if you please, just to step into the town jail, and there unburden yourself by a general confession. This good old lady shall keep you company. It is hard if she cannot tell a world of curious stories, such as Mr. Corregidor will be delighted to hear. The 2 women at these words brought every engine of pity into play to soften us. They filled the air with cries, complaints, and lamentations, while the old woman on her knees, sometimes to the alguazil and sometimes to his attendants, endeavored to melt their stubborn hearts. Camilla implored me, in the most touching terms, to save her from the hands of justice. I pretended to relent. Officer, said I to the son of Nunez, since I have got my diamond, I do not much care about anything else. It would be no pleasure to me to be the means of pain to that poor woman. I want not the death of a sinner. Out upon you, answered he. You sit up for humanity. You would make a bad tipstaff. I must do my errand. My positive orders are to arrest these virgins of the sun. His honor, the corregidor, means to make an example of them. Nay, for mercy's sake, replied I, pay some little deference to my wishes, and slacken a little of your severity on the ground of the present These ladies are on the point of offering to your acceptance. Oh, that is another matter, rejoined he. That is what you may call a figure of rhetoric, suited to all capacities and all occasions. Well, then, let us see. What have they to give me? I have a pearl necklace, said Camilla, and drop earrings of considerable value. Yes, but, interrupted he roughly, if these articles are the produce of the Philippine Isles, I will have none of them. You may take them in perfect safety, replied she. I warrant them real. At the same time she made the old woman bring a little box, whence she took out the necklace and earrings, which she put within the grasp of this incorruptible minister. Though he was much such a judge of jewelry as myself, he had no doubt of the drops being real, as well as the pearls. These trinkets, said he, after having looked at them minutely, seem to be of good quality and fashion, and if the silver candlestick is thrown into the bargain, I would not answer for my own honesty. You had better not, said I in my turn to Camilla, for a trifle reject so moderate and fair a composition. While uttering these words, I returned the taper to the old woman and handed the candlestick over to Fabrizio, who, stopping there, because perhaps he espied nothing else that was portable in the room, said to the two women, Farewell, my dainty misses, set your hearts at rest. I will report you to his worship, the corregidor, as purer than unsmutched snow. We can turn him round our finger and never tell him the truth but when we are not paid for our lies. End of Book 2, Chapter 4. Book 2, Chapter 5 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 5, sequel of the foregoing adventure, Gil Blas retires from practice and from the neighborhood of Valladolid. After having thus carried Fabrizio's plan into effect, we took our leave of Camilla's lodging, hugging ourselves on a success beyond our expectation, for we had only reckoned on the ring. We carried off without ceremony all we could get besides. Far from making it a point of conscience not to steal from a description of ladies whose names are commonly associated with rogues, we thought to cover some scores of other sins by so meritorious an action. Gentlemen, said Fabrizio when we were in the street, my counsel is for returning to our tavern and devoting the night to a regale. Tomorrow we will sell the candlestick, the necklace, the drop earrings, and then share the prize money like brother adventurers, after which every man shall tramp home again and make the best excuse he can to his master. His worship the alguazil's idea seemed equally bright and judicious. We returned rank and file to the tavern, some in the pious hope of finding a plausible excuse for having slept abroad, others in a desperate indifference about being turned out of doors without a character. We ordered a good supper to be got ready and sat down to table with our physical and mental powers in full vigor. The relish was heightened by 1,000 pleasant anecdotes. Fabrizio, of all men in the world, having the happy knack of a chairman in a company of jovial spirits, kept the table in a roar. There escaped from him I know not how many charges of true Castilian wit, worth more either in the schools of philosophy or the exchange of commerce than the drug of Attic salt. While we were in a full peal of laughter, we were made to laugh on the other side of our mouths by an unforeseen occurrence. There appeared at table a man of no contemptible prowess, followed by two other as ill-looking dogs as ever existed. After this specimen we had 3 others, and reckoned up to 12, marching in by triplets. They were armed with carbines, swords, and bayonets. We could not mistake their office, and were at no loss to guess their business. At first we had a mind to be refractory, but they beset us in an instant, and kept us under as much by their numbers as by their weapons. Gentlemen, said the captain commandant in a jeering strain, I have been informed by what ingenious artifice you have recovered a ring from the custody of a lady no better than she should be. Undoubtedly the device was admirable and well deserves a civic crown. The patriotism of our police will not be found wanting. Justice, with her lodgings to let for gentry of your description, will not be deficient in her acknowledgments for so brilliant a display of genius. The company to whom this introductory address was directed looked a little sheepish on the occasion. Our countenances fell, and Camilla had her full revenge. Fabrizio, however, though pale and puzzled, made an attempt at a defense. "Sir," said he, "we did it in the innocence of our hearts, and of course we shall be forgiven this not immoral fraud." "What the devil," replied the commandant in a rage, "do you call this a not immoral fraud? Moral or immoral, it may bring you to the gallows. Besides that, the power of restitution is too sacred to be assumed by the individual. You have made away with a candlestick, a necklace, and a pair of drop earrings, and what is worse, you have committed your rascalities in the livery of the law. Scoundrels dressing themselves up like the pillars of morality to undermine its very foundation. I shall wish you much joy if you are condemned to nothing worse than mowing the salt marsh." When he had impressed it on our convictions that the affair was even more serious than our first fears, we threw ourselves on his mercy and implored him to have pity on our tender years. But his stubborn heart was relentless. He rejected, moreover, the proposal of relinquishing the necklace, earrings, and candlestick. Nay, he was deaf to the rhetoric of my ring, perhaps because I offered it before too many witnesses. In short, he was the most obdurate dog of his kennel. He ordered my companions to be handcuffed and sent us in a body to the public prison. As we were on our way, one of the marshalmen acquainted me that Camilla's old vixen, suspecting us not to be licensed scouts of justice, had dogged us to the tavern, and having satisfied her doubts, in revenge informed against us to the patrol. We were searched in the first instance. Away went the necklace, the earrings, and the candlestick. They picked my pocket of my ring and my ruby of the Philippine Isles, without even sparing the few fees I had received in the forenoon for my prescriptions, so that it was plain trade was carried on by the same firm at Valladolid as at Astorga, and that all these reformers held the same creed. While they rifled me of my trinkets and money, the lord-in-waiting of the patrol made known our adventure to the inferior agents of legal rapine. The trespass appeared so audacious that the majority voted it capital. A few kind souls were of opinion that we might come off for 200 lashes apiece, with a few years on board the galleys. Waiting his worship's sentence, we were locked up in a cell, where we lay upon straw spread over our stable like a litter for horses. There might we have foddered for an age, and at last have been turned out to grass in the galleys, if on the morrow Signor Manuel Ordonez had not got wind of our affair, and determined to release Fabrizio, which he could not do without making a general jail delivery. He was a man of the first credit in the town. His interest was exerted for us, and partly by his own influence and partly by that of his friends, he obtained our enlargement at the end of 3 days. But the period of delivery is always molting time with jailbirds. The candlestick, the necklace, the earrings, my ring, and the ruby, all was left behind. One could not help repeating those excellent lines of Virgil, beginning with sic vos non vobis. As soon as we were at liberty, we returned to our masters. Dr. Sangrado received me kindly. "My poor Gil Blas," said he, "it was but this morning I was acquainted with thy misfortune. I was just setting about an active canvass for thee. We must derive comfort from adversity, my friend, and attach ourselves more than ever to the practice of physic." I affirmed that to be my intention, and in truth I laid about me. Far from wanting employment, it happened by a kind of providence, as my master had foretold, to be a very sickly season. The smallpox and a malignant fever took alternate possession of the town and the suburbs. All the physicians in Valladolid had their share of business, and we not the least. We saw 8 or 10 patients a day, so that the kettle was kept on the simmer and the blood in the action of transpiring. But things will happen cross. They died to a man either by our fault or their own. If their case was hopeless, we were not to blame, and if it was not hopeless, they were. 3 visits to a patient was the length of our tether. About the second, we sometimes ran foul of the undertaker, or when we had been more fortunate than usual, the patient had got no further than the point of death. As I was but a young physician, not yet hardened to the trade of an assassin, I grieved over the melancholy issue of my own theory and practice. Sir, said I one evening to Dr. Sangrado, I call heaven to witness on the spot that I have never strayed from your infallible method, and yet I have never saved a patient. One would think they died out of spite and were on the other side of the great medical question. This very day I came across 2 of them going into the country to be buried. My good lad, replied he, my experience nearly comes to the same point. It is but seldom I have the pleasure of curing my kind and partial friends. If I had less confidence in my principles, I should think my prescriptions had set their faces against the work they were intended to perform. If you will take a hint, sir, replied I, we had better vary our system. Let us give, by way of experiment, chemical preparations to our patients. The worst they can do is to tread in the steps of our pure dilutions and our phlebotomizing evacuations. I would willingly give it a trial, rejoined he, if it were a matter of indifference, but I have published on the practice of bleeding and the use of drenches. Would you have me cut the throat of my own fame as an author? Oh, you are in the right, resumed I. Our enemies must not gain this triumph over us. They would say that you were out of conceit with your own systems, and would ruin your reputation for consistency. Perish the people, perish rather our nobility and clergy, but let us go on in the old path. After all, our brethren of the faculty, with all their tenderness about bleeding, have no patent for longevity any more than ourselves, and we may set off their drugs against our specifics. We went on working double tides and did so much execution that in less than 6 weeks we made as many widows and orphans as the siege of Troy. The plague must have got into Valladolid by the number of funerals. Day after day came some father or other to know what was become of his son who was last seen in our hands, or else a stupid fellow of an uncle who had a foolish hankering after a deceased nephew. With respect to the nephews and sons on whose uncles and fathers we had equalized our system of destruction, they thought that least said was soonest mended. Husbands were altogether on their good behavior. They would not split a hair about the loss of a wife or 2. The real sufferers to whose reproaches we were exposed were sometimes quite savage in their grief. Without being mealy-mouthed in their expressions, they called us blockheads and assassins. I was concerned at their bad language, but my master, who was up to every circumstance, listened to their abuse with the utmost indifference. Yet I might have grown as callous as himself to popular reproach, if heaven, interposing its shield between the invalids of Valladolid and one of their scourges, had not providentially raised up an incident to disgust me with medicine, which from the outset had been disgusted with me. The idle fellows about town assembled every day in our neighborhood for a game at tennis. Among the number was one of those professed bullies who set up for great dons and are the complete cocks of the tennis court. He was a Biscayan and assumed the title of Don Roderick de Mondragon. His age might be about 30. His size was somewhat above the common, but he was lean and bony. Besides 2 sparkling little eyes rolling about in his head and throwing out defiance against all bystanders, a very broad nose came in between a pair of red whiskers which turned up like a hook as high as the temples. His phraseology was so rough and uncouth that the very sound of his voice would throw a quiet man into an ague. This tyrant over both the rackets and the game was lord paramount in all disputes between the players, and there was no appeal from his decisions but at the risk of receiving a challenge the next day. Precisely as I have drawn Signor Don Roderick, whom the Don in the foreground of his titles could never make a gentleman, Signor Don Roderick was sweet upon the mistress of the tennis court. She was a woman of 40, in good circumstances, as charming as 40 can well be, just entering on the second year of her widowhood. I know not how he made himself agreeable, certainly not by his exterior recommendations, but probably by that within which passeth show. However that might be, she took a fancy to him, and began to turn her thoughts towards the holy state of matrimony. But while that great event was in agitation, for the punishment of her sin she was taken with a malignant fever, and with me for a physician. Had the disorder been ever so slight, my practice would have made a serious job of it. At the expiration of 4 days, there was not a dry eye in the tennis court. The mistress joined the outward bound colony of my patients, and her family administered to her effects. Don Roderick, distracted at the loss of his mistress, or rather disappointed of a good establishment, was not satisfied with fretting and fuming at me, but swore he would run me through the body or even frown me into a nonentity. A good-natured neighbor apprised me of this vow, with a caution to keep at home for fear of coming across this devil of a fellow. This warning, though taken in good part, was a source of anxiety and apprehension. I was eternally fancying the enraged Biscayan laying siege to the outworks of my citadel. There was no getting a moment's respite from alarm. This circumstance weaned me from the practice of medicine, and I thought of nothing but deliverance from my horrors. On went my embroidered suit once more. Taking leave of my master, who did all he could to detain me, I got out of town with the dawn, not heedless of that terrible Don Roderick, who might waylay me on the road. End of Book 2, Chapter 5. Book 2, Chapter 6 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 6, His Route from Valladolid, with a description of his fellow traveler. I trudged on at a great rate and looked behind from time to time to see if that dreadful Biscayan was not following me. My imagination was so engrossed by the fellow that he haunted me in every tree and bush. My heart was in my mouth for fear at every footfall. But I took courage again at the distance of about a league and went on more gently towards Madrid, whither I proposed directing my steps. I had no attachment to Valladolid. All my regret was at tearing myself from Fabrizio, my dear Pylades, of whom I had not so much as taken my leave. It was no grievance to give up physic. On the contrary, I prayed heaven to forgive me for having tampered with it. Yet I did not count over the contents of my purse with less pleasure because they were the wages of murder. In this I took after those ladies who retire with a fortune to lead pious lives, and think it hard if they may not fatten religiously on the hard earnings of their libertine profession. I had in reals somewhere about the value of 5 ducats, and this was the sum total of my property. With these I designed repairing to Madrid, where I had no doubt of finding a good service. Besides, I wished above all things to be in that magnificent city, the boasted epitome of the world and all its wonders. While I was recollecting what I had heard of it, and enjoying beforehand the pleasures it affords, I heard the voice of a man coming after me and singing till he had scraped his throat. He had a wallet on his back, a guitar suspended from his neck, and a long sword by his side. He got on at such a rate as soon to overtake me. Who should it be but one of the 2 journeyman barbers with whom I had been in jail for the adventure of the ring? We knew one another at once, though we had shifted our dresses and were in 1,000 marvels at meeting so unexpectedly on the highway. If I testified my delight at having such a fellow traveler, he seemed on his side to feel an excess of rapture at the renewal of our acquaintance. I told him why I had left Valladolid, and he trusted his own secret to me in return by stating himself to have had a little brush with his master, on which they had taken an everlasting leave of one another. Had it been my pleasure, continued he, to have taken up my abode longer in Valladolid, 10 shops would take me in for one that would have turned me out. Since, vanity apart, I may safely say there is not a barber in all Spain better qualified to shave all sorts of beards, with the grain or against the grain, and to curl a pair of whiskers. But I could no longer fight against a hankering after my native place, whence I departed full 10 years since. I wished to inhale a little of my own country air, and to learn the present situation of my family. I shall be among them the day after tomorrow at a place called Olmedo, a populous village on this side of Segovia. I resolved on accompanying this barber home and going to Segovia for the chance of a cast to Madrid. We began entertaining one another with indifferent subjects as we went along. The young fellow was perfectly good-humored, with a ready wit. After an hour's conversation, he asked me if I was hungry. I referred him to the first house of call for my answer. To stop dilapidations till we get there, said he, we may renew our term by a little breakfast from my wallet. When I am on a journey, I am always my own caterer. None of your woolen drapery, nor linen drapery, nor any of your frippery or trumpery. I hate ostentation. My wallet contains nothing but a little exercise for my grinders, my razors, and a wash-ball. I extolled his discretion and agreed with all my heart to the bargain he proposed. My appetite was keen and sharp set for a comfortable meal. After what he had said, I could expect no less. We drew aside a little from the high road and sat down upon the grass. There my little journeyman barber laid out his provisions, consisting of 5 or 6 onions, with some scraps of bread and cheese, but the best lot in the auction was a little leathern bottle full, as he said, of choice, delicate wine. Though the solids were not very relishing, the calls of hunger did not allow either of us to be dainty, and we emptied the bottle, too, containing about 2 pints of a wine one could not recommend without some remorse of conscience. We then rose from table and set out again on the tramp in high glee. The barber, who had heard some little snatches of my story from Fabrizio, entreated me to furnish him with the whole from the best authority. It was impossible to refuse so munificent a host. I therefore gave him the satisfaction he required. In my turn, I called on him, as an acknowledgment of my frankness, to communicate the leading circumstances of his terrestrial peregrinations. Oh, as for my adventures, exclaimed he, they are scarcely worth recording, a mere catalogue of common occurrences. Nevertheless, since we have nothing else to do, I will run over the narrative such as it is. At the same time, he entered on the recital nearly in the following terms. End of Book 2, Chapter 6. Book 2, Chapter 7 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 7, The Journeyman Barber's Story. I take up my tale from the origin of things. My grandfather, Ferdinand Perez de la Fuenta, barber general to the village of Olmedo, for 50 years died, leaving 4 sons. The eldest, Nicholas, succeeded to the shop and lathered himself into the good graces of the customers. Bertrand, the next, having taken a fancy to trade, set up for a mercer, and Thomas, who was the third, turned schoolmaster. As for the fourth, by name Pedro, feeling within himself the high destinies of learning, he sold a dirty acre or 2 which fell to his share, and went to settle at Madrid, where he hoped one day to distinguish himself by his genius and erudition. The other 3 brothers would not part. They fixed their quarters at Olmedo, marrying peasants' daughters, who brought their husbands very little dowry, except an annual present of a chopping young rustic. They had a most public-spirited emulation in childbearing. My mother, the barber's wife, favored the world with a contribution of 6 within the first 5 years of her marriage. I was among the number. My father initiated me betimes in the mysteries of shaving, and when he saw me grown up to the age of 15, laid this wallet across my shoulders, presented me with a long sword, and said, "Go, Diego, you are now qualified to gain your own livelihood. Go and travel about. You want a little acquaintance with the world to give you a polish and improve you in your art. Off with you, and do not return to Olmedo till you have made the tour of Spain, nor let me hear of you till that is accomplished." Finishing with this injunction, he embraced me with fatherly affection and shoved me out of doors by the shoulders. Such were the parting benedictions of my sire. As for my mother, who had more the touch of nature in her manners, she seemed to feel somewhat at my departure. She dropped a few tears, and even slipped a ducat by stealth into my hand. Thus was I sent from Olmedo into the wide world, and took the road of Segovia. I did not go 200 yards without stopping to examine my bag. I had a mind to view its contents and to know the precise amount of my possessions. There I found a case with 2 razors, which must have traveled post over the chins of 10 generations by the evidence of their wear and tear, with a strap to set them and a bit of soap. In addition to this, a coarse shirt, quite new, a pair of my father's shoes, quite old, and what rejoiced me more than all the rest, a rouleau of 20 reals in a linen bag. Behold the sum total of my personals. You may conclude Master Nicholas the barber to have reckoned a good deal on my ingenuity, by his turning me adrift with so slender a provision. Yet a ducat and 20 reals by way of fortune was enough to turn the head of a young man unaccustomed to money concerns. I fancied my stock of cash inexhaustible, and pursued my journey in the sunshine of brilliant anticipation, looking from time to time at the hilt of my rapier, while the blade was striking against the calf of my leg at every step, or tripping up my heels. In the evening I reached the village of Antaquines with a very Catholic stomach. I put up at the inn, and as if I meant to spend freely, asked in a lofty tone what there was for supper. The landlord examined my pretensions with his eye, and finding according to what cloth my coat was cut, said with true publican civility, "Yes, yes, my worthy master, you shall have no reason to complain. We will treat you like a lord." With this assurance he showed me into a little room, whither he brought me, a quarter of an hour afterwards, a ragout made of a great he-cat, on which I feasted with as famous an appetite as if it had been hare or rabbit. This excellent dish was washed down by so choice a wine that the king had no better in his cellars. I found out, however, that it was pricked, but that was no hindrance to my doing it as much honor as the he-cat. The last article in this entertainment for a lord was a bed better adapted to drive sleep away than to invite it. Figure it to yourself, about the width of a coffin, and so short that I could not stretch my legs, though none of the longest. Besides, there was neither mattress nor feather bed, but merely a little straw, sewed up in a sheet folded double, which was laid down clean for every 100th traveler, and served the other 99, one after another, without washing. Nevertheless, in such a bed, with a stomach distended to a surfeit by fricasseed cat, and then raked by sour wine, thanks to youth and a good constitution, I slept soundly and passed the night without being disturbed. On the following day, when I had breakfasted and paid the reckoning as I had been treated like a lord, I made but one stage to Segovia. On my arrival, I had the good fortune to find a shop where they took me in for my board and lodging, but I stayed there only 6 months. A journeyman barber with whom I got acquainted was going to Madrid, and drew me in to set off with him. I had no difficulty in procuring a situation on the same footing as at Segovia. I got into a shop of the very best custom. It is true it was near the Church of the Holy Cross, and that the neighborhood of the Prince's Theatre brought a great deal of business. My master, two stirring fellows, and myself could scarcely lather the chins of the people who came to be shaved. They were of all trades and conditions, among the rest players and authors. One day 2 persons of the last description happened to meet. They began conversing about the poets and pieces in vogue, when one of them mentioned my uncle's name, a circumstance which drew my attention more particularly to their discourse. Don Juan de Zavaleta, said one, will never do any good as an author. A man of a cold genius without a spark of fancy, he has written himself down at a terrible rate by his last publication. And Louis Velez de Guevara, said the other, what has he done? A fine work to bring before the public. Was there ever anything so wretched? They mentioned I know not how many poets besides, whose names I have forgotten. I only recollect that they said no good of them. As for my uncle, they made a more honorable mention of him, agreeing that he was a personage of merit. Yes, said one, Don Pedro de la Fuente is an excellent author. There is a sly humor in his compositions, blended with solid sense, which communicates an added poignancy to their general effect. I am not surprised at his popularity, both in court and city, nor at the pensions settled on him by the great. For many years past, said the other, he has enjoyed a very large income. He lives at the Duke de Medina Celi's table, and has an apartment in his house, so that he is at no expense. He must be very well in the world. I lost not a syllable of what these poets were saying about my uncle. We had learnt in the family that he made a noise in Madrid by his works. Some travelers passing through Olmedo had told us so, but as he took no notice of us, and seemed to have weaned himself from all natural ties, we on our side lived in a state of perfect indifference about him. Yet nature will prevail. As soon as I had heard that he was in a fair way, and had learned where he lived, I was tempted to go and call upon him. One thing staggered me a little. The literati had styled him Don Pedro. This Don was an awkward circumstance. I had my doubts whether he might not be some other poet of the name, and not my uncle. Yet that apprehension did not damp my ardor. I thought he might have been ennobled for his wit, and determined to pay him a visit. For this purpose, with my master's leave, I tricked myself out one morning as well as I could, and sallied from our shop, a little proud of being nephew to a man who had gained so high a character by his genius. Barbers are not the most diffident people in the world. I began to conceive no mean opinion of myself, and riding the high horse with all the arrogance of greatness, inquired my way to the Duke de Medina Celi's palace. I rang at the gate and said I wanted to speak with Signor Don Pedro de la Fuente. The porter pointed with his finger to a narrow staircase at the fag end of the court, and answered, "Go up there, then knock at the first door on your right." I did as he directed me, and knocked at a door. It was opened by a young man, whom I asked if those were the apartments of Signor Don Pedro de la Fuente. "Yes," answered he, "but you cannot speak to him at present." "I should be very glad," said I, "just to say, how are you? I bring him news of his family." "And you brought him news of the Pope," replied he. "I could not introduce you just now. He is writing, and while his wits are at work, he must not be disturbed. He will not be able to receive company till noon. Take a turn and come back about that time." I departed and walked about town all the morning, incessantly meditating on the reception my uncle would give me. "I think," said I within myself, "he will be overjoyed to see me." I measured his feelings by my own, and prepared myself for a very affecting discovery. I returned punctually to the appointed hour. "You are just in time," said the servant. "My master was going out. Wait here a moment, I will announce you." With these words he left me in the antechamber. He returned almost immediately, and showed me into his master's room. The face struck me all at once as a family likeness. To be sure, he was the very image of my Uncle Thomas. They might have been taken for twins. I bowed down to the ground and introduced myself as the son of Master Nicholas de la Fuente, the barber of Olmedo. I likewise informed him that I had been working at my father's trade in Madrid for these 3 weeks as a journeyman, and intended making the tour of Spain to complete my education. While I was speaking, my uncle was evidently in a brown study. He seemed to doubt whether he should disown me at once or get rid of me with some little sacrifice to decency. The latter course he adopted, affecting the affable. "Well, my good kinsman, how are your father and your uncles? Do they get on in the world?" I began thereupon by laying before him the family knack at propagation, all the children, male and female, called over by their names, with their godfathers and godmothers included in the list. He took no extravagant interest in the particulars of my tale. But leading to his own purposes, "Diego," replied he, "I am quite of your mind. You should go from place to place and see a variety of practice. I would not have you tarry longer at Madrid. It is a very dangerous residence for youth. You may get into bad habits, my sweet fellow. Other towns will suit you better. The state of society in the provinces is more patriarchal and philosophical. Determine on emigration, and when your departure is fixed, come and take your leave. I will contribute a pistole to the tour of Spain." With this kind assurance he handed me out of the room and sent me packing. I had not worldly wisdom enough to find out that he wanted to get quit of me. I went back to our shop and gave my master an account of the visit I had paid. He looked no deeper than myself into Signor Don Pedro's motives, and observed, "I cannot help differing from your worthy uncle. So far from advising you to travel the provinces, the real thing would be, in my opinion, to give you a comfortable settlement in this city. He is hand in glove with the first people. It is an easy matter for him to establish you in a great family, and that is a fortune at once." Struck with this lucky discovery, which seemed to settle the point without difficulty, I called on my uncle again 2 days afterwards, and made a modest proposal to him for a situation about some leading character at court. But the hint was not taken kindly. A proud man, living at free quarters among the great, and dining with them in a family party, did not exactly wish that, while he was sitting at my lord's table, his nephew should be a guest in the servants' hall. Little Diego might bring a scandal on Signor Don Pedro. He had no hesitation, therefore, in fairly turning me out of doors, and that with a flea in my ear. "What, you little rascal," said he in a fit of extravagance, "do you mean to relinquish your calling? Begone, I consign you to the reptile, whose pernicious counsels will be your ruin. Take your leave of these premises, and never set your foot on them again, or you shall have the reception you deserve." I was absolutely stunned at this language, and still more at the peremptory tone my uncle assumed. With tears in my eyes, I withdrew, quite overcome by his severity. Yet, as I had always been lively and confident in my temper, I soon wiped away my tears. My grief was even turned into resentment, and I determined to take no further notice of this unnatural relative, whose kind offices I had hitherto been contented to want. My attention was henceforth directed to the cultivation of my professional talent. I was quite a plodding fellow at my trade. I scraped away all day, and in the evening, by way of relief to my scraping, I twanged the guitar. My master on that instrument was an old Signor Escudero, whom I shaved. He taught me music in return, and he was an adept. To be sure, he had formerly been a chorister in a cathedral. His name was Marcos de Obregon. He was a man of the world, with good natural parts and acquired knowledge, which jointly induced him to fix on me as an adopted son. He was engaged as an attendant on a physician's lady resident within 30 yards of our house. I went to him in the evening when shop was shut, and we two, sitting on the threshold of the door, made up a little concert not displeasing to the neighborhood. It was not that our voices were very fine, but in thrumming on the catgut, we made a pretty regular accompaniment to our duet, and filled up the harmony sufficiently for the gratification of our hearers. Our music was particularly agreeable to Donna Mergelina, the physician's wife. She came into the passage to hear us, and sometimes encored us in her favorite airs. Her husband did not interfere with her amusement. Though a Spaniard and in years, he was not possessed with jealousy. Besides, his profession took up all his time, and as he came home in the evening, worn out with his numerous visits, he went to bed at an early hour, without troubling himself about his wife or our concerts. Possibly, if he thought about them at all, he might consider them as little likely to produce dangerous consequences. He had an additional security in his wife. Mergelina was young and handsome with a witness, but of so fierce a modesty that she started at the very shadow of a man. How could he take umbrage at an amusement of so harmless and decorous a nature? He gave us leave to sing our hearts out. One evening, as I came to the physician's door intending to take my usual recreation, I found the old squire waiting for me. He took me by the hand, saying that he wished to take a little walk with me before we struck up our little concert. At the same time, he drew me aside into a by-street where, finding an opportunity of opening his mind, "Diego, my good lad," said he with a melancholy air, "I want to give you a hint in private. I much fear, my good and amiable youth, that we shall both have reason to repent of beguiling our evenings with little musical parties at my master's door. Rely on my sincere friendship. I do not grudge your lessons in singing and on the guitar, but if I could have foreseen the storm now brewing in the name of charity, I would have selected some other spot to communicate my instructions. This address alarmed me. I entreated the gentle squire to be more explicit and to tell me what we had to fear, for I was no Hector, and the tour of Spain was not yet finished. "I will relate to you," replied he, "what it concerns you to know, that you may take proper measure of our present danger. When I got into the service of the physician about a year ago, he said one morning, after having introduced me to his wife, 'There, Marcos, you see your mistress. That is the lady you are to accompany in all her peregrinations.' I was smitten with Donna Mergelina. She was lovely in the extreme, a model for an artist, and her principal attraction was the pleasantness of her deportment. 'Honored sir,' replied I to the physician, 'it is too great a happiness to be in the train of so charming a lady.' My answer was taken amiss by Mergelina, who said rather crustily, 'A pleasant gentleman this. He is perfectly free and easy, believe me. His fine speeches may go a begging for me.' These words, dropped from such lovely lips, seemed rather inconsistent. The manners and ideas of bumpkins and dairymaids, coupled with all the graces of the most lovely woman in the world. As for her husband, he was used to her ways, and hugging himself on the unrivaled character of his rib, Marcos, said he, 'My wife is a miracle of chastity.' Then, observing her put on her veil and make herself ready to go to Mass, he told me to attend on her at church. We were no sooner in the street than we met, and it was no wonder. Blades, who, struck with Donna Mergelina's genteel carriage, told her 1,000 flattering tales as they passed by. She was not backward in her answers, but silly and ill-timed beyond what you can conceive. They were all in amaze, and could not imagine how a woman should take it amiss to be complimented. 'Why, really, madam,' said I to her at first, 'you had better be silent, or shut your ears to their addresses, than reply with asperity.' 'No, no,' replied she, 'I will teach these coxcombs that I am not a woman to put up with impertinence.' In short, her absurdity went so far that I could not help telling her my mind, at the hazard of her displeasure. I gave her to understand, yet with the greatest possible caution, that she was unjust to nature, whose handiwork she marred by her preposterous ferocity, that a woman of mild and polished manners might inspire love without the aid of beauty, whereas the loveliest of the sex, divested of female softness, was in danger of becoming the public scorn. To this ratiocination I added collateral arguments, always directed to the amendment of her manners. After having moralized to no purpose, I was afraid my freedom might exasperate my mistress and draw upon me some taunting repartee. Nevertheless, she did not mutiny against my advice, but silently rendered it of no avail, and thus we went on from day to day. I was weary of pointing out her errors to no purpose, and gave her up to the ferocious temperament of her nature. Yet, could you think it, the savage humor of that proud woman is entirely changed within these 2 months. She has a kind word for all the world, and manners the most accommodating. It is no longer the same Mergelina who gave such homely answers to the compliments of her swains. She has become assailable by flattery, loves to be told she is handsome, that a man cannot look at her without paying for it. Her ears itch for fine speeches, and she has become a very woman. Such a change is almost inconceivable, and the best of the joke is that you are the worker of this unparalleled miracle. Yes, my dear Diego, it is you who have transformed Donna Mergelina. You have softened down the tigress into a domestic animal. In a word, you have made her feel. I have observed it more than once, and never trust my knowledge of the sex if she is not desperately in love with you. Such, my dear boy, is the melancholy news I have to communicate, the awkward predicament in which we stand. I do not see, said I in my turn to the old man, that there is anything so melancholy in this accident, or any peculiar awkwardness in being the object of a pretty woman's partiality. Ah, Diego, replied he, you argue like a young man. You only see the bait, without guarding against the hook. Pleasure is your lure, while my thoughts are directed to the unpleasant circumstances attending it. Murder will out. If you go on singing at our door, you will provoke Mergelina's passion, and she probably, losing all command over herself, will betray her weakness to her husband, Dr. Oloroso. That wretched husband, so complying now that he thinks there is no ground for jealousy, will run wild, take signal vengeance upon her, and perhaps play some dog's trick or other to you and me. Well, then, rejoined I, your reason shall be conclusive with me, and your sage counsels my rule. Lay down the line of conduct I am to adopt for the prevention of any left-handed catastrophe. We will have no more concerts, was his peremptory decree. Do not show yourself any more to my mistress. When the sight of you does not inflame her, she will recover her composure. Stay within doors, I will call in upon you, and we will torture the guitar with impunity. With all my heart, said I, and I will never set my foot again in your premises. In good truth, I was determined to serenade no longer before the physician's door, but henceforth to keep within the precincts of my shop, since my attractions as a man were so formidable. In the meantime, good Squire Marcos, with all his prudence, experienced in the course of a few days that the plan he had devised to quench Donna Mergelina's flame produced a directly opposite effect. The lady on the second night, not hearing me sing, asked why we had discontinued our concerts and the reason of my absence. He told her I was so busy as not to have a moment to spare for relaxation. She seemed satisfied with that excuse, and for 3 days longer bore the disappointment of all her hopes like a heroine. But at the end of that period my martyr to the tender passion lost all patience, and said to her conductor, You are playing false with me, Marcos. Diego has not discontinued his visits without a cause. This mystery must be unraveled. Speak, I command you. Conceal nothing from me. Madam, answered he, making use of another subterfuge, since the truth must be told, it has often happened to him to find the cloth taken away at home after the concert. He cannot run the risk any longer of going to bed without his supper. What, without his supper? Exclaimed she in an agony. Why did not you tell me so sooner? Go to bed without his supper. Oh, the poor little sufferer! Go to him this instant, and let him come again this evening. He shall not go home starving any more. There shall always be a luncheon for him. What do I hear? Said the squire, affecting astonishment at this language. Oh, heaven, what a reverse! Is this you, madam, and are these your sentiments? Well a day! Since when are you so compassionate and tender-hearted? Since, replied she significantly, since you have lived in this house, or rather since you disapproved my disdainful manners and have labored to soften the acrimony of my temper. But alas, added she in a melting mood, I have gone from one extreme to the other. Proud and insensible as I was, I am become too susceptible, too tender. I am enamored of your young friend Diego, and I cannot help myself. His absence, far from allaying my ardor, only adds fuel to the fire. Is it possible, resumed the old man, that a young fellow with neither face nor person should have inspired so strong a passion? I could make allowance for your feelings if they had been set afloat by some nobleman of distinguished merit. Ah, Marcos, interrupted Mergelina, I am not like the rest of my sex, or rather, spite of your long experience, your penetration is but shallow if you fancy merit to have much share in our choice. Judging by myself, we all leap before we look. Love is a mental derangement, forcibly drawing all our views and attachments into one vortex, a species of hydrophobia. Have done then with your hints that Diego is not worthy of my tenderness, that he has it is enough to invest him with 1,000 perfections too ethereal for your gross sight, and perhaps too unsubstantial for any but a lover's perception. In vain you disparage his features or his stature. In my eyes he was created to undo and encircled by the hand of nature with the glories of the opening day. Nay, more, there is a thrilling sweetness in his voice. His touch on the guitar has the taste of an amateur and the execution of a professor. But, madam, subjoined Marcos, do you consider who Diego is? The meanness of his station. My own is very little better, interrupted she again. Though were I of noble birth, it would make no difference in my sensations. The result of that conference was that the squire, concluding he should make no impression on the mind of his mistress, gave over struggling with her obstinacy as a skilful pilot runs before the storm, though it carries him out to sea from his intended port. He did more to satisfy his patroness. He paid me a visit, took me aside, and after having related what had passed between them, you see, Diego, said he, that we cannot dispense with the performance of our concerts at Mergelina's door. Absolutely, my friend, that lady must see you again, otherwise she may commit some act of desperation fatal to her good name. I was not inexorable, but answered Marcos that I would attend with my guitar early in the evening, and dispatched him to his mistress with the happy tidings. He executed his office, and the impassioned dame was out of her wits with joy in the delicious prospect of hearing and seeing me in a few hours. A most disagreeable circumstance, however, was very near disappointing her in that hope. I could not leave home before night, and for my sins it was dark as pitch. I went groping along the street, and had got maybe halfway, when down from a window came upon my head the contents of a perfuming pan, which did not tickle my olfactory nerves very pleasantly. I may say that not a whiff was wasted, so exactly had the giver taken measure of the receiver. In this situation I was at a loss on what to resolve. To go back by the way I came, what an exhibition before my comrades. It was surrendering myself to all their nasty witticisms. Then again, go to Mergelina in such a glorious trim that hurt my feelings on the other side. I determined at length to get on towards the physician's. The old usher was waiting for me at the door. He said that Dr. Oloroso was gone to bed, and we might amuse ourselves as we liked. I answered that the first thing was to purify my drapery, at the same time relating my misfortune. He seemed to feel for me, and showed me into a hall where his mistress was sitting. As soon as the lady got wind of my adventure, and had confirmed the testimony of her nose by the evidence of her eyes, she mourned over me as grievously as if my miseries had been mortal. Then, apostrophizing the absent cause of my foul array, she uttered 1,000 imprecations. Well, but madam, said Marcos, do moderate this ecstasy of grief. Consider that such casualties will happen. There is no occasion to take on so bitterly. Why, exclaimed she with vehemence, why would you debar me from the privilege of weeping over the injuries of this tender lamb, this dove without gall, who does not so much as murmur at the affront he has sustained? Alas, why am I not a man at this moment to avenge him? She uttered numberless soothing expressions besides to mark distinctly the excess of her devotion, and her actions corresponded with her words, for while Marcos was employed in wiping me down with a towel, she ran into her chamber and brought out a box furnished with every variety of perfumes. She burned sweet-smelling drugs and perfumed my clothes with them, after which she drenched me in a deluge of essences. The fumigation and aspersion ended, this bountiful lady went herself and fetched from the kitchen bread, wine, and some good slices of roast mutton set by on purpose for me. She forced me to eat, and taking a pleasure in waiting on me, sometimes carved for me, sometimes filled my glass, in spite of all that Marcos and myself could do to anticipate her condescension. When I had done supper, the gentlemen of the orchestra struck the keynote and tuned their sweet voices to the pitch of their guitars. We played and sung to the heart's delight of Mergelina. To be sure, we took care to carol none but amorous ditties, and as we sung, I every now and then leered at her with such a roguish meaning as to throw oil upon the fire, for the game began to be interesting. The concert, though the acts were long, was not tedious. As for the lady, to whom hours seemed to fly like seconds, she could have been content to exhaust the night in listening, if the old squire, with whom the seconds seemed to lag like hours, had not hinted how late it was. She gave him the trouble of enforcing his moral on the lapse of time by at least 10 repetitions, but she was in the hands of a man not to be turned aside from his purpose. He let her have no rest till I was gone. Sensible and provident as he was, seeing his mistress given up to a mad passion, he dreaded lest our harmony should be resolved by some discord. His fears were ominous. The physician, whether his mind misgave him of foul play or the spirit of jealousy, hitherto on its good behavior, had a mind to harass him gratuitously, bethought himself of quarreling with our concerts. He did more, he put a broad negative upon them, and without assigning his reasons for acting in this violent way, declared that he would suffer no more strangers to come about his premises. Marcos acquainted me with this mortifying declaration, particularly levelled against my rising hopes. I had begun bobbing at this dainty cherry, and did not like to lose my game. Nevertheless, to act the part of a faithful reporter and true historian, I must own my impatience did not affect my health or spirits. Not so with Mergelina. Her feelings were more alive than ever. "My dear Marcos," said she to her usher, "it is only from you that I look for succor. Contrive, I beseech you, that I may see Diego in private." "What do you require?" asked the old man with a reproachful accent. "I have been but too indulgent to you. I am not a person to crown your wanton wishes at the expense of my master's honor, your good fame, and my own eternal infamy, the infamy of a man whose past life has been one continued series of faithful service and exemplary conduct. I'd rather leave the family than stay in it on such scandalous conditions." "Alas, Marcos," interrupted the lady, frightened out of her wits at these last words, "you wring my heart by talking in this manner. Obdurate man, can you bear the thought of sacrificing her who lays all her present agony to your account? Give me back my former pride, and that savage soul you have taken from me. Why am I no longer happy in my very imperfections? I might now have been at peace, but your rash counsels have robbed me of the repose I then enjoyed. You, the corrector of my manners, have tampered with my morals. But why do I rave, unhappy wretch as I am? Why upbraid you thus wrongfully? No, my guardian angel, you are not the fatal source of my miseries. My evil destiny had decreed these tortures to await me. Lay not to heart, I conjure you on my knees, these transports of a disordered imagination. O mercy, my passion drives me mad. Have compassion on my weakness. You are my sole support and stay. If then my life is not indifferent to you, deny me not your aid." At these words her tears flowed in fresh torrents and stifled her lugubrious accents. She took out her handkerchief, and throwing it over her face, fell into a chair, like a person overcome by her affliction. Old Marcos, who was perhaps one of the most tractable go-betweens in the world, could no longer steel his heart against so touching a spectacle. Pierced to the quick, he even mingled his tears with those of his mistress, and spoke to her in a softened tone. "Ah, madam, why are you thus bewitching? I cannot hold out against your sorrowful complaints. My virtue yields under the pressure of my pity. I promise you all the relief in my power. No longer do I marvel at the oblivious influence of passion over duty. since mere sympathy can mislead my footsteps from its thorny paths. Thus did this pander, whose past life had been one continued series of faithful service and exemplary conduct, sell himself to the devil to feed Mergelina's illicit flame. One morning he came and talked over the whole business with me, saying at his departure that he had a scheme in his head to bring about a private interview between us. At the thought, my hopes were all rekindled, but they glimmered tremblingly in the socket at a piece of news I heard 2 hours afterwards. A journeyman apothecary in the neighborhood, one of our customers, came in to be shaved. While I was making ready to trim his bushy honors, he said, "Master Diego, do you know anything about your friend, the old usher, Marcos de Obregon? Is he not going to leave Dr. Oloroso?" I said, "No." "But he is, though," replied he. "He will get his dismission this very day." His master and mine were talking about it just now in my hearing, and their conversation was to the following effect. "Signor Apuntador," said the physician, "I have a favor to beg of you. I am not easy about an old usher of mine, and should like to place my wife under the eye of a trusty, strict, and vigilant duenna." "I understand you," interrupted my master. "You want Dame Melancia, my wife's directress, and indeed mine for the last 6 weeks, since I have been a widower. Though she would be very useful to me in housewifery, I give her up to you from a paramount regard to your honor. You may rely upon her for the security of your brow. She is the phoenix of the duenna tribe, a spring gun and a man-trap set in the purlieus of female chastity. During 12 whole years that she was about my wife, whose youth and beauty, you know, were not without their attractions, I never saw the least semblance of manhood within my doors. No, no, by all the powers. That game is not so easily played. And yet I must let you know that the departed saint, heaven rest her soul, had in the outset a great hankering after the delights of the flesh. But Dame Melancia cast her in a new mold and regenerated her to virtue and self-denial. In short, such a guardian of the weaker sex is a treasure, and you will never have done thanking me for my precious gift." Hereupon the doctor expressed his rapture at the issue of the conference, and they agreed, Signor Apuntador and he, on the duenna succeeding the old usher on this very day. This news, which I thought probable and turned out to be true, disturbed the pleasurable ideas just beginning to flow afresh and renovate my soul. After dinner, Marcos completed the convulsion by confirming the young drug-pounder's story. "My dear Diego," said the good squire, "I am heartily glad that Dr. Oloroso has turned me off. It spares me a world of trouble. Besides that, it hurts my feelings to be invested with the office of a spy. Endless must have been the shifts and subterfuges to bring you and Mergelina together in private. We should have been rarely gravelled. Thanks to heaven, I am set free from all such perplexing cares, to say nothing of their attendant danger. On your part, my dear boy, you ought to be comforted for the loss of a few soft moments, which must have been dogged at the heels by 1,000 fears and vexations." I relished Marco's sermon well enough, because my hopes were at an end. The game was lost. I was not, it must be confessed, among the number of those stubborn lovers who bear up against every impediment. But though I had been so, Dame Melancia would have made me let go my hold. The established character of that duenna would have daunted the adventurous spirit of a knight-errant. Yet in whatever colors this phoenix of the duenna tribe might have been painted, I had reason to know 2 or 3 days afterwards that the physician's lady had unset the man-trap and spring-gun and given a stop to this watch-dog of lubricity. As I was going out to shave one of our neighbors, a civil old gentlewoman stopped me in the street and asked if my name was Diego de la Fuenta. I said yes. "That being the case," replied she, "I have a little business with you. Place yourself this evening at Donna Mergelina's door, and when you are there, give a signal, and you shall be let in." "Vastly well," said I. "What must the signal be?" "I can take off a cat to the life. Suppose I was to mew a certain number of times." "The very thing," replied this iris of intrigue. "I will carry back your answer. Your most obedient Signor Diego. Heaven protect the sweet youth. Ah, you are a pretty one. By St. Agnes, I wish I was but sweet 15. I would not go to market for other folks." With this hint, the old procuress waddled out of sight. You may be sure this message put me in no small flutter. Where now was the morality of Marcos? I waited for night with impatience, and calculating the time of Dr. Oloroso's going to bed, took my station at his door. There I set up my caterwauling, till you might hear me ever so far off, to the eternal honor of the master who instructed me in that imitative art. A moment after, Mergelina opened the door softly with her own dear hands, and shut it again with me on the inside. We went into the hall where our last concert had been performed. It was dimly lighted by a small lamp, which twinkled in the chimney. We sat down side by side and began our tender parley, each of us overcome by our emotions, but with this difference, that hers were all inspired by pleasure, while mine were somewhat tainted by fear. In vain did the divinity of my adorations assure me that we had nothing to fear from her husband. I felt the access of an ague which unmanned my vigor. Madam, said I, how have you eluded the vigilance of your directress? After what I have heard of Dame Melancia, I could not have conceived it possible for you to contrive the means of sending me any intelligence, much less of seeing me in private. Donna Mergelina smiled at this remark and answered, you will no longer be surprised at our being together tonight when I tell you what has passed between my duenna and me. As soon as she came to her place, my husband paid her 1,000 compliments and said to me, Mergelina, I consign you to the guidance of this wary lady, herself an abstract of all the virtues. In this glass you may look without a blush and array yourself in habits of wisdom. This extraordinary personage has for these 12 years been a light to the ways of an apothecary's wife of my acquaintance. But how has she been a light to them? Why, as ways never were enlightened before, she turned a very slippery piece of mortal flesh into a downright nun. This panegyric, not belied by the austere mien of Dame Melancia, cost me a flood of tears, and reduced me to despair. I fancied the din of eternal lectures from morning till night, and daily rebukes too harsh to be endured. In short, I laid my account in a life of wretchedness beyond the patience of a woman. Keeping no measures in the expectation of such cruel sufferings, I said bluntly to the duenna, the moment I was alone with her, you mean no doubt to exercise your tyranny most wantonly on my poor person, but I cannot bear much severity, I warn you beforehand. I give you moreover fair notice that I shall be as savage as you can be. My heart cherishes a passion which not all your remonstrances shall tear from it, so you may act accordingly. Watch me as closely as you please. It is hard if I cannot outwit such an old thing as you. At these taunting words, I thought this Saracen in petticoats was going to give me a specimen of her discipline. But so far from it, she smoothed her brow, relaxed her surly features, and primming up her mouth into a smile, promulgated this comfortable doctrine. Your temper charms me, and your frankness calls for a return. We must have been made for one another. Ah, lovely Mergelina, little do you fathom my character, to be deceived by the fine compliments of your husband the doctor, or by my Tartar contour. There never was a creature more fortified against moral prejudices. My inducement for getting into the service of jealous husbands is to lend myself to the enjoyments of their pretty wives. Long have I trodden the stage of life in masquerade, and I may call myself doubly happy in the spiritual rewards of virtue and the temporal indulgences of the opposite side. Between ourselves, mine is the system of all mankind in the long run. Real virtue is a very expensive article. Plated goods look just as well, and are within the reach of all purchasers. Put yourself under my direction. We will make Dr. Oloroso pay the piper to our dancing, or I am no duenna. By my troth, he shall go the way of Signor Apuntador and all mankind. There is no reason why the forehead of a physician should be smoother than the brow of an apothecary. Poor dear Apuntador, what fun have we had with him, his wife and I. A charming woman, that wife of his, a dear little creature open to all mankind and prejudiced by none. Well, she is at peace, and has not left her fellow behind her. Take my word, short as her time was, she made the most of it. Let me see how many rampant chaps have been brought to their bearings in that house without the dear deluded husband being waked out of his evening's nap. Now, madam, you may see me in my true light, and assure yourself, whatever might be the abilities of your old usher, you will not fare the worse for going further. If he was a benefit to you, I shall be a blessing. You may judge for yourself, Diego, continued Mergelina, how well I took it of the duenna that she laid herself open so frankly. I had taken her virtue to be of the impenetrable cast. Look you now how much women are liable to be scandalized. But her character of plain dealing won my heart at once. I threw my arms about her neck in a rapture which bespoke my warm and tender feelings at the thoughts of such a mother abbess. I gave her carte blanche of all my private thoughts, and put in for a speedy tete-a-tete with your own dear self. She met me on my own ground. This very morning she engaged the old woman who spoke to you to take the field. She is an old stager, a veteran in the service of the apothecary's wife. But the best of the joke in this comedy, added she in a paroxysm of laughter, is that Melancia, on my assurance that my husband's habit is to pass the night without stirring, is gone to bed by his side and drones out my useless office at this moment. So much the worse, madam, said I then to Mergelina. Your device is more plausible than profitable. Your husband is very likely to wake and discover the fraud. He will not discover anything about it, replied she, with no little urgency. Set your heart at rest about that, and let not an empty fear poison the fountains of a pleasure, which ought to drown every vulgar and earthly consideration in the arms of a young lady who is yours for ever and ever. The old doctor's helpmate, finding that her assurances had little effect upon my courage, left no stone unturned to put me in heart again, and she had so many encouraging ways with her that a very coward must have plucked up a little. My thoughts were all with Jupiter and Alcmena, but at the very moment that the urchin Cupid, with his train of smiles and antics, was weaving a garland to complement the crisis of our endeavors, we were stopped in our career by an importunate knocking at the street door. In a moment, away flew Love and all his covey, like game at the report of a fowling piece. Mergelina popped me like an article of household furniture under the hall table, blew out the lamp, and by previous agreement with her governess, in the event of so unlucky an accident, placed herself at the door of her husband's bedchamber. In the meantime, the knocking continued with reiterated violence till the whole house resounded. The physician awoke suddenly and called Melancia. The duenna flung herself out of bed, though the doctor, taking her for his wife, begged of her not to disturb herself. She ran to her mistress, who, catching hold of her in the dark, began calling Melancia, and told her to go and see who was at the door. Madam, answered the directress, here I am at your service. Go to bed again, if you please. You shall soon know who it is. During this parley, Mergelina, having undressed, got into bed to the doctor, who had not the least suspicion of the farce that was playing. To be sure, the stage was darkened, and the actresses had very little occasion for a prompter. One of them was familiar with the boards, and the other wanted only a rehearsal or two to be perfect in her part. The duenna in her nightgown made her appearance soon after with a candle in her hand. Good doctor, said she to her master, have the goodness to get up. Our neighbor Fernandez de Buendia, the bookseller, is in an apoplectic fit. You are sent for, time presses. The physician got on his clothes as fast as he could and went out. His wife, in her bedgown, came into the hall with the duenna. They dragged me from under the table, more dead than alive. You have nothing to fear, Diego, said Mergelina. Put yourself in proper order. At the same time she told me how things were, in 2 words. She had half a mind to renew our amorous intercourse, but the directress knew better. Madam, said she, your husband may possibly be too late to help the bookseller to the other world, and then he will return immediately. Besides, added she, observing me benumbed with fright, it would be all lost labor upon this poor youth. He is not in a condition to answer your demands. You had better send him home and defer the debate till tomorrow evening. Donna Mergelina was sorry for the delay, as well knowing that a bird in hand is worth 2 in the bush, and I flatter myself she was disappointed at not putting a cuckold's nightcap on the doctor's head. As for me, less grieved at having drawn a blank in the lottery of love than rejoiced at getting my neck out of an halter, I returned to my master's, where I passed the remainder of the night in moralizing on the scene I had left. For some time I was in doubt whether to keep my appointment on the following evening. I thought it was a foolish business from first to last, but the devil, who is always lurking for his prey, or rather taking possession of us as his lawful property, whispered in my ear that I should be a great fool to pack up my alls when the prize was falling into my hands. Mergelina, too, with opening and unfathomable charms. The exquisite pleasures that awaited me, I determined to stick to my text, and promising myself a larger share of self-possession, took my station the next evening at the doctor's door between 11 and 12 in a most spirit-stirring humor. The heavens were completely darkened, not a star to prate of my whereabout. I mewed twice or thrice to give warning of my being in the street, and as no one answered my signal, I was not satisfied with going over the old ground, but ran up and down the cat's gamut from bass to treble, and from treble to bass, just as I used to sol fa with a shepherd of Olmedo. I tuned my fundamental bass so musically that a neighbor on his return home, taking me for one of those animals whose mewings I counterfeited, picked up an unlucky flint lying at his feet and threw it at me with all his force, saying, "The devil fetch that tomcat." I received the blow on my head and was so stunned for the moment that I was very near falling backwards. I found the skin was broken. This was enough in all conscience to give me a surfeit of gallantry, so that my passion oozing out with my blood, I made the best of my way homewards, where I rendered night hideous by my howling, and knocked all the family up. My master probed my wound and played the true surgeon on it. He pronounced the consequences to be uncertain. He did all he could to make them certain, but flesh will heal in spite of the faculty, and there was not a scar remaining in 3 weeks. During all this time I heard not a word from Mergelina. The probability is that Dame Merlancia, to wean her impure thoughts from me, engaged her in some better sport. However, I did not concern myself about the matter, but left Madrid to continue my tour of Spain as soon as I found myself perfectly recovered. End of Book 2, Chapter 7. Book 2, Chapter 8 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 8, The Meeting of Gil Blas and his companion with a man soaking crusts of bread at a spring, and the particulars of their conversation. Signor Diego de la Fuenta related some other adventures which had since happened to him, but they were so little worthy of preservation that I shall pass them by in silence. Yet there was no getting rid of the recital, which was tedious enough. It lasted as far as Ponte de Duero. We halted in that town the remainder of the day. Our commons at the inn consisted of a vegetable soup and a roast hare, whose genus and species we took especial pains to verify. At daybreak on the following morning we resumed our journey, after having replenished our flask with some very tolerable wine, and our wallet with some pieces of bread, and half the hare we had left at supper. When we had gone about 2 leagues, we waxed hungry, and espying at about 200 yards from the high road some spreading trees which threw an agreeable shade over the plain, we made up to the spot and rested on our arms. There we met with a man from 7 to 8 and 20 who was dipping crusts of bread into a spring. He had a long sword lying by him on the grass, with a soldier's knapsack, of which he had eased his shoulders. We thought his air and person better than his attire. We accosted him with civility, and he returned our salutation. He then offered us his crusts and asked with a smile if we would take potluck with him. We answered in the affirmative, provided he had no objection to our clubbing our own breakfast by way of making the meal more substantial. He agreed to it with the utmost readiness, and we immediately produced our provisions, which were not unacceptable to the stranger. "What is all this, gentlemen?" exclaimed he in a transport of joy. "Here is ammunition for an army. By your forecast you must be commissaries or quartermasters. I do not travel with so much contrivance for my part, but depend a good deal on the chances of the road. At the same time, though appearances may be against me, I can say without vanity that I sometimes make a very brilliant figure in the world. Would you believe that princely honors are commonly bestowed on me, and that I have guards in attendance? I comprehend you, said Diego. You mean to tell us you are a player. You guess right, replied the other. I have been an actor for these 15 years at least. From my very infancy, I was sent on the boards in children's parts. To deal freely, rejoined the barber, shaking his head, I do not believe a word of it. I know the players. Those gentry do not travel on foot like you, nor do they mess with St. Anthony. I doubt whether you are anything better than a candle snuffer. You may, quoth the son of Thespis, think of me as you please, but my parts, for all that, are in the first line. I play the lovers. If that be the case, said my companion, I wish you much joy, and am delighted that Signor Gil Blas and myself have the honor of breakfasting with so eminent a character. We then began to pick up our crumbs and to gnaw the precious relics of the hare, bestowing such hearty smacks upon the bottle as to empty it very shortly. We were all three so deeply engaged in the great affair of eating that we said very little till we had finished, when we resumed our conversation. I wonder, said the barber to the player, that you should be so much out at elbows. For a theatrical hero, you have but a needy exterior. I beg pardon if I speak rather freely. Rather freely, exclaimed the actor. Ah, by my troth, you are not yet acquainted with Melchior Zapata. Heaven be praised, I have no mind to see things in a wrong light. You do me a pleasure by speaking so confidently, for I love to unbosom myself without reserve. I honestly own I am not rich. Here, pursued he, showing us his doublet lined with playbills, this is the common stuff which serves me for linings, and if you are curious to see my wardrobe, you shall not be disappointed. At the same time he took out of his knapsack a dress, laced with tarnished frippery, a shabby headdress for an hero, with an old plume of feathers, silk stockings full of holes, and red morocco shoes a great deal the worse for wear. You see, said he again, that I am very little better than a beggar. That is astonishing, replied Diego. Then you have neither wife nor daughter? I have a very handsome young wife, rejoined Zapata, and yet I might just as well be without her. Look with awe on the lowering aspect of my horoscope. I married a personable actress in the hope that she would not let me die of hunger, and to my cost she is cursed with incorruptible chastity. Who the devil would not have been taken in as well as myself? There was but one virtuous princess in a whole strolling company, and she, plague take her, fell into my hands. It was throwing with bad luck, most undoubtedly, said the barber. But then why did not you look out for an actress in the regular theatre at Madrid? You would have been sure of your mark. You are perfectly in the right, replied the stroller, but the mischief is, we underlings dare not raise our thoughts to those illustrious heroines. It is as much as an actor of the prince's company can venture on. Nay, some of them are obliged to match with citizens' daughters. Happily for our fraternity, citizens' daughters nowadays contract theatrical notions, and you may often meet with characters among them to the full as eccentric as any bona roba of the green room. Well, but have you never thought, said my fellow traveler, of getting an engagement in that company? Is it necessary to be a Roscius for that purpose? That is very well of you, replied Melchior. You are a wag with your Roscius. There are 20 performers. Ask the town what it thinks of them, and you will hear a pretty character of their acting. More than half of them deserve to carry a porter's knot. Yet for all that, it is no easy matter to get upon the boards. Bribery or interest must make up for the defect of talent. I ought to know what I say since my debut at Madrid, where I was hissed and catcalled as if the devil had got among the Grimalkins, though I ought to have been received with thunders of applause, for I whined, ranted, and offered all sorts of violence to nature's modesty. Nay, I went so far as to clench my fist at the heroine of the piece. In a word, I adopted the conceptions of all the great performers, and yet that same audience condemned by bell, book, and candle in me what was thought to be the first style of playing in them. Such is the force of prejudice, so that, being no favorite with the pit, and not having wherewithal to insinuate myself into the good graces of the manager, I am on my return to Zamora. There we shall all huddle together again, my wife and my fellow comedians, who are making but little of the business. I wish we may not be obliged to beg our way out of town, a catastrophe of too frequent occurrence. At these words up rose the stage-struck hero, slung across him his knapsack and his sword, and made his exit with due theatric pomp. Farewell, gentlemen, may all the gods shower all their bounties on your heads. And you, answered Diego with corresponding emphasis, may you find your wife at Zamora softened down in her relentless virtue and in comfortable keeping. No sooner had Signor Zapata turned upon his heel than he began gesticulating and spouting as he went along. The barber and myself immediately began hissing to remind him of his first appearance at Madrid. The goose grated harsh upon his tympanum. He took it for a repetition of signals from his old friends. But looking behind him and seeing that we were diverting ourselves at his expense, far from taking offense at this merry conceit of ours, he joined with good humor in the joke and went his way laughing as hard as he could. On our part, we returned the compliment in kind. After this, we got again into the high road and pursued our journey. End of Book 2, Chapter 8. Book 2, Chapter 9 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 2, Chapter 9, The Meeting of Diego with his family, their circumstances in life, great rejoicings on the occasion, the parting scene between him and Gil Blas. We stopped for the night at a little village between Mayadas and Valpuesta, I have forgotten the name, and the next morning about 11 we reached the plain of Olmeda. Signor Gil Blas, said my companion, behold my native place. So natural are these local attachments that I can hardly contain myself at the sight of it. Signor Diego, answered I, a man of so patriotic a soul as you profess to be, might, methinks, have been a little more florid in his descriptions. Olmeda looks like a city at this distance, and you called it a village. It cannot be anything less than a corporate town. I beg its township's pardon, replied the barber, but you are to know that after Madrid, Toledo, Saragossa, and all the other large cities I have passed through in my tour of Spain, these little ones are mere villages to me. As we got further on the plain, there appeared to be a great concourse of people about Olmeda, so that when we were near enough to distinguish objects, we were in no want of food for speculation. There were 3 tents pitched at some distance from each other, and hard by a bevy of cooks and scullions preparing an entertainment. Here a party was laying covers on long tables set out under the tents. There a detachment was crowning the pitchers of Tellus with the gifts of Bacchus. The right wing was making the pots boil, the left was turning the spits and basting the meat. But what caught my attention more than all the rest was a temporary stage of respectable dimension. It was furnished with pasteboard scenes painted in a tawdry style, and the proscenium was decorated with Greek and Latin mottos. No sooner did the barber spy out these inscriptions than he said to me, "All these Greek words smell strongly of my Uncle Thomas's lamp. I would lay a wager he has a hand in them, for between ourselves he is a man of parts and learning. He knows all the classics by heart. If he would keep them to himself it would be very well, but he is always quoting them in company, and that people do not like. But then, to be sure, he has a right, because this uncle of mine has translated ever so many of the Latin poets and hard Greek authors with his own hand and pen. He has got all antiquity at his fingers' ends, as you may know by his ingenious and profound criticisms. If it had not been for him, we might never have learned that the Athenian schoolboys cried when they were flogged. We owe that fact in the history of education to his fundamental knowledge of the subject. After my fellow traveler and myself had looked about us, we had a mind to inquire what these preparations were for. Going about on the hunt, Diego recognized in the manager Senor Thomas de la Fuente, to whom we made up with great eagerness. The schoolmaster did not recollect the young barber at first, such a difference had 10 years made, but when convinced of his being his own flesh and blood, he gave him a cordial embrace, and said with much appearance of kindness, "Ah, here you are, Diego, my dear nephew, here you are, restored after your wanderings to your native land. You come to revisit your household gods, your penates, and heaven delivers you back safe and sound into the bosom of your family. Oh, happy day, happy in all the proportions of arithmetic, a day worthy to be marked with a white stone and inserted among the fasti. We have annals in abundance for you, my friend. Your Uncle Pedro, the poetaster, has fallen a sacrifice at the shrine of Pluto. To speak to the comprehension of the vulgar, he has been dead these 3 months. That miser in his lifetime was afraid of wanting necessaries, argenti palabat amore. Though the great were heaping wealth upon his head, his annual expenditure did not amount to 10 pistoles. He had but one miserable attendant, and him he starved. This crazy fellow, more wrong-headed than the Grecian Aristippus, who ordered his slaves to leave all their costly baggage in the heart of Libya as an encumbrance on their march, heaped up all the gold and silver he could scrape together, and to what end? For those very heirs whom he refused to acknowledge. He died worth 30,000 ducats, shared between your father, your Uncle Bertrand, and myself. We shall be able to do very well for our children. My brother Nicholas has already married off your sister Teresa to the son of a magistrate in this place. Connubio junxit stabili propriamque dicavit. These very hymeneals, greeted auspiciously by all the nuptial powers, have we been celebrating for these 2 days with all this pomp and luxury. These tents in the plain are of our pitching. Pedro's 3 heirs have each a booth of his own, and we defrayed the expenses of the day alternately. I wish you had come sooner. You might have seen the whole progress of our festivities. The day before yesterday, the wedding day, your father gave his treat. It was a superb entertainment, succeeded by running at the ring. Your uncle, the mercer, regaled us yesterday with a fête champêtre, and paid the piper handsomely. There were 10 of the best-grown boys and 10 young girls dressed out in pastoral weeds. All the frippery in his shop was brought out to prank them up. This assemblage of Ganymedes and Houris ran through all the mazes of the dance, and warbled forth 1,000 tender and spirit-stirring lays. And yet, though nothing was ever more genteel, the effect was not thought striking, but that must be owing to the bad taste of the spectators. The simplicity of pastoral is lost upon the present age. Today the wheels are greased by your humble servant, and I mean to present the burgesses of Olmedo with a pageant of my own invention, fini coronabit opus. I have got a stage erected on which, God willing, shall be represented by my scholars a piece of my own composing, entitled and called The Amusements of Muley Bugentoof, King of Morocco. It will be played to perfection, for my pupils declaim like the players of Madrid. They are lads of family at Penafiel and Segovia borders with me. They know how to touch the passions. To be sure, they have rehearsed under my tuition. Their emphasis will seem as if struck in the mint of their master, ut ita dicam. With respect to the piece, I shall not say a word about it. You shall be taken by surprise. I shall simply state that it must produce a deep impression on the audience. It is one of those tragic subjects which harrow up the soul by images of death presented to the senses in all their fearful forms. I am of Aristotle's mind. Terror is a principal engine. Oh, if I had written for the stage, I would have introduced none but bloody tyrants and death-dispensing heroes. Not all the perfumes of Arabia should have sweetened this blood-polluted hand. I would have been up to my elbows in gore. There would have been tragedy with a vengeance. Principal characters, guards and attendants, should all have been sprawling together. I would have butchered every man of them, and the prompter into the bargain. In a word, I refine upon Aristotle and border on the horrible. That is my taste. These plays to tear a cat in are the only things for popularity. The actors live merrily on their own dying speeches, and the authors roll in luxury on the devastation of mankind. Just as this harangue was over, we saw a great crowd of both sexes coming out of town into the plain. Who should it be but the new married couple, attended by their families and friends, with 10 or 12 musicians in the van, producing a most obstreperous din of harmony. We went up to them, and Diego introduced himself. Peals of congratulation were immediately rung through the assembly, and everyone was eager to shake him by the hand. He had enough upon his shoulders to receive all their fraternal embraces. Relations and strangers, all were for having a pull at him. At length his father said, "You are welcome, Diego. You find your kinsman living upon the fat of the land, my friend. I shall say no more at present. A nod is as good as a wink." Meanwhile, the company went forward upon the plain, took their stations under the tents, and sat down to table. I kept close to my companion, and we both dined with the happy couple, who appeared to be suitably matched. The meal was not soon over, for the schoolmaster had the vanity to give 3 courses, for the purpose of cutting out his brothers, who had not been so magnificent in their hospitalities. After the banquet, all the guests expressed their longing to see Signor Thomas's play, not doubting but the performance of so extraordinary a genius would deserve all their ears. We came in front of the stage. The musicians had taken possession of the orchestra for the overture and act tunes. While everyone was waiting in profound silence for the rising of the curtain, the actors appeared on the boards, and the author, with the piece in his hand, sat down at the wing in the prompter's place. Well might he call it a tragedy, for in the first act, the King of Morocco, by way of diversion, shot 100 Moorish slaves with arrows. In the second, he beheaded 30 Portuguese officers taken prisoners by one of his captains. And in the third and last, this monarch, surfeited with long-indulged libertinism, set fire with his own hands to the seraglio where his wives were confined, and reduced it to ashes with its inhabitants. The Moorish slaves, as well as the Portuguese officers, were puppets on a very curious construction, and the palace, built of pasteboard, looked very naturally in flames by means of an artificial firework. This conflagration, accompanied by 1,000 piercing cries issuing from the ruins, concluded the piece, and the curtain dropped upon this amiable entertainment. The whole plain resounded with the applause of this fine tragedy, which spoke for the good taste of the poet, and proved that he knew where to look out for a subject. I did not suppose there was anything more to be seen after the amusements of Muley Bugentoof, but I was mistaken. Kettle drums and trumpets announced a new exhibition, the distribution of prizes. For Thomas de la Fuenta, to give additional solemnity to his Olympics, had made all his boys, as well day scholars as boarders, write exercises, and on this occasion he was to give to those who had succeeded best books bought at Segovia out of his own pocket. All at once were brought upon the stage 2 long forms out of the school, with a press full of old worm-eaten books in fine new bindings. At this signal all the actors returned upon the stage and took their places round Signor Thomas, who looked as big as the head of a college. He had a sheet of paper in his hand with the names of the successful candidates. This he gave to the King of Morocco, who began calling over the list with an authoritative voice. Each scholar, answering to his name, went humbly to receive a book from the hands of the bum-jerker. After this he was crowned with laurel and seated on one of the 2 benches to be exposed to the gaze of the admiring company. Yet, desirous as the schoolmaster might be to send the spectators away in good humor, he brought his eggs to a bad market, for having distributed almost all the prizes to the boarders according to the usual etiquette of pedagogues, that those who pay most must necessarily be the cleverest fellows, the mammas of certain day scholars caught fire at this instance of partiality, and fell foul of the disciplinarian thereupon, so that the festival, hitherto so much to the glory of the donor, seemed likely to have ended to the same tune as the carousal of the Lapitae. End of Book 2, Chapter 9. Book 3, Chapter 1 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, Chapter 1, The Arrival of Gil Blas at Madrid, his first place there. I made some stay with the young barber. At my departure, I met with a traveler of Segovia passing through Olmedo. He was returning with 4 mules from a trading expedition to Valladolid and took me by way of back carriage. We got acquainted on the road, and he took such a fancy to me that nothing would serve him but I must be his guest at Segovia. He gave me free quarters for 2 days, and when he found me determined to leave him for Madrid under convoy of a muleteer, he troubled me with a letter begging me to deliver it in person according to the superscription, without hinting that it was a letter of recommendation. I was punctual in calling on Signor Mateo Melendez. He was a woolen draper living at the Gate of the Sun at the corner of Trunkmaker Street. No sooner had he broken the cover and read the contents than he said with an air of complacency, "Signor Gil Blas, my correspondent, Pedro Palacio, has written to me so pressingly in your favor that I cannot do otherwise than offer you a bed at my house. Moreover, he desires me to find you a good master, and I undertake the commission with pleasure. I have no doubt of suiting you to a hair." I embraced the offer of Melendez the more gratefully because my funds were getting much below par. But I was not long a burden on his hospitality. At the week's end he told me that he had mentioned my name to a gentleman of his acquaintance who wanted a valet de chambre, and according to present appearances the place would not be long vacant. In fact, this gentleman happened to make his appearance in the very nick. "Sir," said Melendez, pushing me forward, "you see before you the young man as by former advice. He is a pupil of honor and integrity. I can answer for him as if he was one of my own family." The gentleman looked at me with attention, said that my face was in my favor, and hired me at once. "He has nothing to do but to follow me," added he. "I will put him into the routine of his employment." At these words he wished the tradesman good morning and took me into the High Street, directly over against St. Philip's Church. We went into a very handsome house, of which he occupied 1 wing. Then, going up 5 or 6 steps, he took me into a room secured by strong double doors with an iron grate between. From this room we went into another, with a bed and other furniture, rather neat than gaudy. If my new master had examined me closely, I had all my wits about me as well as he. He was a man on the wrong side of 50, with a saturnine and serious air. His temper seemed to be even, and I thought no harm of him. He asked me several questions about my family, and liking my answers, "Gil Blas," said he, "I take you to be a very sensible lad, and am well pleased to have you in my service. On your part, you shall have no reason to complain. I will give you 6 reals a day, board wages, besides vails. Then I require no great attendance, for I keep no table, but always dine out. You will only have to brush my clothes, and be your own master for the rest of the day. Only take care to be at home early in the evening, and to be in waiting at the door. That is your chief duty." After this lecture, he took 6 reals out of his purse and gave them to me as earnest. We then went out. He locked the doors after him, and taking care of the keys. "My friend," said he, "you need not go with me. Follow the devices of your own heart. But on my return this evening, let me find you on that staircase." With this injunction, he left me to dispose of myself as seemed best in my own eyes. "In good sooth, Gil Blas," said I in a soliloquy, "you have got a jewel of a master. What, fall in with an employer to give you 6 reals a day for wiping off the dust from his clothes, and putting his room to rights in the morning, with the liberty of walking about and taking your pleasure like a schoolboy in the holidays? By my troth, it is a place of 10,000. No wonder I was in a hurry to get to Madrid. It was doubtless some mysterious boding of good fortune prepared for me. I spent the day in the streets, diverting myself with gaping at novelties, a busy occupation. In the evening, after supping at an ordinary not far from our house, I squatted myself down in the corner pointed out by my master. He came 3/4 of an hour after me, and seemed pleased with my punctuality. "Very well," said he, "this is right. I like attentive servants." At these words he opened the doors of his apartment, and closed them upon us again as soon as we had got in. As we had no candle, he took his tinder box and struck a light. I then helped him to undress. When he was in bed, I lighted by his order a lamp in his chimney, and carried the wax light into the antechamber, where I lay in a press bed without curtains. He got up the next day between 9 and 10 o'clock. I brushed his clothes. He paid me my 6 reals and sent me packing till the evening. My mysterious master went out himself, too, not without great caution in fastening the doors, and we parted for the remainder of the day. Such was our course of life, very agreeable to me. The best of the joke was that I did not know my master's name. Melendez did not know it himself. The gentleman came to his shop now and then, and bought a piece of cloth. My neighbors were as much at a loss as myself. They all assured me that my master was a perfect stranger, though he had lived 2 years in the ward. He visited no soul in the neighborhood, and some of them, a little given to scandal, concluded him to be no better than he should be. Suspicions got to be more ripe. He was suspected of being a spy of Portugal, and it was thought but fair play to give a hint for my own good. This intimation troubled me. Thought I to myself, should this turn out to be a fact, I stand a chance for seeing the inside of a prison at Madrid. My innocence will be no security. My past ill usage makes me look on justice with antipathy. Twice have I experienced that if the innocent are not condemned in a lump with the guilty, at least the rights of hospitality are too little regarded in their persons to make it pleasant to pass a summer in the purlieus of the law. I consulted Melendez in so delicate a conjuncture. He was at a loss how to advise me, though he could not bring himself to believe that my master was a spy. He had no reason to be confident on the other side of the question. I determined to watch my employer, and to leave him if he turned out to be an enemy of the state, but then prudence and personal comfort required me to be certain of my fact. I began, therefore, to pry into his actions and to sound him. "Sir," said I one evening while he was undressing, "I do not know how one ought to live so as to be secure from reflections. The world is very scurrilous. We, among others, have neighbors not worth a curse, sad dogs. You have no notion how they talk of us. Do they indeed, Gil Blas? Quoth he. Be it so, but what can they say of us, my friend? Ah, truly, replied I, evil tongues never want a whet. Virtue herself furnishes weapons for her own martyrdom. Our neighbors say that we are dangerous people, that we ought to be looked after by government. In a word, you are taken for a spy of Portugal. In throwing out this hint, I looked hard at my master, just as Alexander squinted at his physician, and pursed up all my penetration to remark upon the effect of my intelligence. There seemed to be a hitch in the muscles of my mysterious lord, altogether in unison with the suspicions of the neighborhood, and he fell into a brown study, which bore no very auspicious interpretation. However, he put a better face on the matter, and said with sufficient composure, Gil Blas, leave our neighbors to discourse as they please, but let not our repose depend on their judgments. Never mind what they think of us, provided our own consciences do not wince. Hereupon he went to bed, and I did the like, without knowing what course to take. The next day, just as we were on the point of going out in the morning, we heard a violent knocking at the outer door on the staircase. My master opened the inner and looked through the grate. A well-dressed man said to him, Please, your honor, I am an alguazil, come to inform you that Mr. Corregidor wishes to speak a word with you. What does he want? Answered my pattern of secrecy. That is more than I know, sir, replied the alguazil, but you have only to go and wait on him. You will soon be informed. I am his most obedient, quoth my master. I have no business with him. At the tail of this speech he banged the inner door. Then, after walking up and down a little while, like one who pondered on the discourse of the alguazil, he put my 6 reals into my hand and said, Gil Blas, you may go out, my friend. For my part, I shall stay at home a little longer, but have no occasion for you. He made an impression on my mind by these words that he was afraid of being taken up, and was therefore obliged to remain in his apartments. I left him there, and to see how far my suspicions were founded, hid myself in a place whence I could see if he went out. I should have had patience to have stayed there all the morning if he had not saved me the trouble. But an hour after I saw him walk the street with an ease and confidence which dumbfounded my sagacity. Yet far from yielding to these appearances, I mistrusted them, for my verdict went to condemnation. I considered his easy carriage as put on, and his staying at home as a finesse to secure his gold and jewels, when probably he was going to consult his safety by speedy flight. I had no idea of seeing him again, and doubted whether I should attend at his door in the evening. So persuaded was I that the day would see him on the outside of the city, as his only refuge from impending danger. Yet I kept my appointment, when to my extreme surprise my master returned as usual. He went to bed without betraying the least uneasiness, and got up the next morning with the same composure. Just as he had finished dressing, another knock at the door. My master looked through the grate. His friend the alguazil was there again, and he asked him what he wanted. Open the door, answered the alguazil. Here is Mr. Corregidor. At this dreadful name my blood froze in my veins. I had a devilish loathing of those gentry since I had passed through their hands, and could have wished myself at that moment 100 leagues from Madrid. As for my employer, less startled than myself, he opened the door and received the magistrate respectfully. You see, said the corregidor, that I do not break in upon you with a whole posse. My maxim is to do business in a quiet way. In spite of the ugly reports circulated about you in the city, I think you deserve some little attention. What is your name and business at Madrid? Sir, answered my master, I am from New Castile, and my title is Don Bernard de Castile Blazo. With respect to my way of life, I lounge about, frequent public places, and take my daily pleasure in a select circle of polite company. Of course you have a handsome fortune, replied the judge. No, sir, interrupted my Maecenas, I have neither annuities, nor lands, nor houses. How do you live, then? Rejoined the corregidor. I will show you, replied Don Bernard. At the same time he lifted up a part of the hangings before a door I had not observed, opened that and one beyond, then took the magistrate into a closet containing a large chest chock full of gold. Sir, said he again, you know that the Spaniards are proverbially indolent. Yet, whatever may be their general dislike to labor, I may compliment myself on bettering the example. I have a stock of laziness which disqualifies me for all exertion. If I had a mind to puff my vices into virtues, I might call this sloth of mine a philosophical indifference, the work of a mind weaned from all that worldlings court with so much ardor. But I will frankly own myself constitutionally lazy, and so lazy that rather than work for my subsistence, I would lay myself down and starve. Therefore, to lead a life befitting my fancy, not to have the trouble of looking after my affairs, and above all to do without a steward, I have converted all my patrimony, consisting of several considerable estates, into ready money. In this chest there are 50,000 ducats, more than enough for the remainder of my days, should I live to be 100, for I do not spend 1,000 a year, and am already more than 50 years old. I have no fears, therefore, for futurity, since I am not addicted, heaven be praised, to any one of the three things which usually ruin men. I care little for the pleasures of the table, I only play for my amusement, and I have given up women. There is no chance of my being reckoned in my old age among those libidinous gray beards to whom jilts sell their favors by troy weight. You are a happy man, said the corregidor. They are in the wrong to suspect you of being a spy. That office is quite out of character for a man like you. Take your own course, Don Bernard. Continue to live as you like. Far from disturbing your peace, I declare myself your protector. I request your friendship and pledge my own. Ah, sir, exclaimed my master, thrilled with these kind expressions, I accept with equal joy and gratitude your precious offer. In giving me your friendship, you augment my wealth, and carry my happiness to its height. After this conversation, which the alguazil and myself heard from the closet door, the corregidor took his leave of Don Bernard, who could not do enough to express his sense of the obligation. On my part, mimicking my master and doing the honors of the house, I overburdened the alguazil with civilities. I made him 1,000 low bows, though I felt for him in my sleeve the contempt and hatred which every honest man naturally entertains for an alguazil. End of Book 3, Chapter 1. Book 3, Chapter 2 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, Chapter 2, The Astonishment of Gil Blas at meeting Captain Rolando in Madrid, and that robber's curious narrative. Don Bernard de Castillo Blaso, having attended the corregidor to the street, returned in a hurry to fasten his strong box and all the doors which secured it. We then went out, both of us well satisfied, he at having acquired a friend in power, and myself at finding my 6 reals a day secured to me. The desire of relating this adventure to Melendez made me bend my steps towards his house, but near my journey's end whom should I meet but Captain Rolando? My surprise was extreme, and I could not help quaking at the sight of him. He recollected me at once, accosted me gravely, and still keeping up his tone of superiority, ordered me to follow him. I tremblingly obeyed, saying inwardly, Alas, he means doubtless to make me pay my debts. Whither will he lead me? There may perhaps be some subterraneous retreat in this city. Plague take it, if I thought so, I would soon show him I have not got the gout. I walked therefore behind him carefully, looking out where he might stop, with the pious design of putting my best leg foremost if there was anything in the shape of a trap door. Rolando soon dispersed my alarms. He went into a well-frequented tavern. I followed him. He called for the best wine and ordered dinner. While it was getting ready, we went into a private room where the captain addressed me as follows. You may well be astonished, Gil Blas, to renew your acquaintance with your old commander, and you will be still more so when you have heard my tale. The day I left you in the cave and went with my troop to Mansilla for the purpose of selling the mules and horses we had taken the evening before, we met the son of the corregidor of Leon, attended by 4 men on horseback, well armed, following his carriage. 2 of his people we made to bite the dust, and the other 2 ran away. On this, the coachman, alarmed for his master, cried out to us in a tone of supplication, Alas, my dear gentlemen, in God's name, do not kill the only son of his worship, the corregidor of Leon. These words were far from softening my comrades. On the contrary, their fury knew no bounds. Good folks, said one of them, let not the son of a mortal enemy to men like us escape our vengeance. How many ornaments of our profession has his father cut off in their prime? Let us repay his cruelty with interest and sacrifice this victim to their offended ghosts. The whole troop applauded the fineness of this feeling, and my lieutenant himself was preparing to act as high priest at this unhallowed altar when I interdicted the rites. Stop, said I. Why shed blood without occasion? Let us rest contented with the youth's purse. As he makes no resistance, it would be against the laws of war to cut his throat. Besides, he is not answerable for his father's misdeeds. Nay, his father only does his duty in condemning us to death as we do ours in rifling travelers. Thus did I plead for the corregidor's son, and my intercession was not unavailing. We only took every farthing of his money and carried off with us the horses of the 2 men whom we had slain. These were sold with the rest at Mansilla. Thence we returned to the cavern, where we arrived the following morning a little before daybreak. We were not a little surprised to find the trap open, and still more so when we found Leonarda handcuffed in the kitchen. She unraveled the mystery in 2 words. We wondered how you could have overreached us. No one could have thought you capable of serving us such a trick, and we forgave the effect for the merit of the invention. As soon as we had released our kitchen wench, I gave orders for a good luncheon. In the meantime, we went to look after our horses in the stable, where the old negro, who had been left to himself for 24 hours, was at the last gasp. We did all we could for his relief, but he was too far gone, indeed so much reduced that in spite of our endeavors, we left the poor devil on the threshold of another world. It was very sad, but it did not spoil our appetites, and after an abundant breakfast we retired to our chambers and slept away the whole day. On our awaking, Leonarda apprised us that Domingo had paid the debt of nature. We carried him to the charnel house where you may recollect to have lodged, and there performed his obsequies just as if he had been one of our own order. 5 or 6 days afterwards, it fell out that one morning on a sally we encountered 3 companies of the Holy Brotherhood on the outskirts of the wood. They seemed waiting to attack us. We perceived but 1 troop at first. These we despised, though superior in number to our party, and rushed forward to the onset. But while we were at loggerheads with the first, the 2 others in ambuscade came thundering down upon us, so that our valor was of no use. There was no withstanding such a host of enemies. Our lieutenant and 2 of our gang gave up the ghost on this occasion. As for the 2 others and myself, we were so closely pressed and hemmed in as to be taken prisoners, and while 2 detachments convoyed us to Leon, the 3rd went to destroy our retreat. How it was discovered I will briefly tell you. A peasant of Luceno, crossing the forest, on his way home by chance espied the trapdoor of our subterraneous residence, which a certain young runaway had not shut down after him, for it was precisely the day when you took yourself off with the lady. He had a violent suspicion of its being our abode without having the courage to go in. It was enough to mark the adjacent parts by lightly peeling with his knife bark from the nearest trees, and so on from distance to distance till he was quite out of the wood. He then betook himself to Leon with this grand discovery for the corregidor, who was so much the better pleased as his son had been robbed by our gang. This magistrate collected together 3 companies to lay hold of us, and the peasant showed them the way. My arrival in the town of Leon was as good as that of a wild beast to the inhabitants. Even though I had been a Portuguese general made prisoner of war, the people could not have been more anxious to see me. "There he goes," was the cry. "That is he, the famous captain, the terror of these parts." It would serve him right to tear him piecemeal with pincers and make his comrades join in the chorus. To the corregidor was the universal cry, and his worship began insulting me. So, said he, "scoundrel as you are, the powers of justice, worn to a thread with your past irregularities, hand over the task of punishment to me as their delegate." "Sir," answered I, "great as my crimes may have been, at least the death of your only son is not to be laid at my door. His life was saved by me. You owe me some acknowledgment on that score." "Oh, wretch!" exclaimed he, "there are no measures to be kept with people of your description, and though it were my wish to save you, my sacred office would not allow me to indulge my feelings." Having spoken to this effect, he committed us to a dungeon, where my companions had no time to lament their hard fate. They got out of confinement at the end of 3 days to expatiate with tragic energy at the place of execution. For my part, I took up my quarters in limbo for 3 complete weeks. My punishment seemingly was deferred only to render it more terrible, and I was looking out for some refinement on the ordinary course of criminal justice, when the corregidor, having summoned me before him, said, "Give ear to your sentence. You are free." Had it not been for you, my only son would have been assassinated on the highway. As a father, my gratitude was due for this service, but not being competent to acquit you in my capacity of a magistrate, I have written up to court in your favor, have solicited your pardon, and have obtained it. Go then whithersoever it may seem good to you, but take my advice. Profit by this lucky escape. Look to your paths, and give up the trade of a highwayman for good and all. I was deeply impressed by this advice, and took my departure for Madrid in the firm determination of mending my ways and living quietly in that city. There I found my father and mother dead, and what they left behind them in the hands of an old kinsman, who administered duly and truly, as all trustees of course do. I saved 3,000 ducats out of the fire, scarcely a quarter of what I was entitled to. But where was the remedy? There was no standing to the quirks and evasions of the law. Just to be doing something, I have purchased an alguazil's place. My colleagues would have set their faces against my admission for the honor of the cloth, had they known my history. Luckily they did not, or at least affected not to know it, which was just as good as the reality, for in that illustrious body it is the bounden duty and interest of every member to wear a mask. The pot cannot call the kettle hard names, thank heaven. The devil would have no great catch in the best of us, and yet, my friend, I could willingly unbosom myself to you without disguise. My present occupation is much against the grain. It requires too circumspect and too mysterious a conduct. There is nothing to be done but by underhand dealings, gravity, and cunning. Oh, for my first trade! The new one is safer, to be sure, but there is more fun in the other, and liberty is my motto. I feel disposed to get rid of my office and to set out some sunshiny morning for the mountains at the source of the Tagus. I know of a retreat thereabouts inhabited by a numerous gang, composed chiefly of Catalonians. When I have said that, I need say no more. If you will go along with me, we will swell the number of those heroes. I shall be second in command. To make your footing respectable at once, I will swear that you have fought 10 times by my side. Your valor shall mount to the very skies. I will tell more good of you than a commander-in-chief of a favorite officer. I will not say a word about the runaway trick. That would render you suspected of turning nose. Therefore, mum is the word. What say you to it? Are you ready to set off? I am impatient to know your mind. Every one to his own fancy, said I then to Rolando. You were born for bold exploits, and your friend for a serene and quiet life. I understand you, interrupted he. The lady whom love induced you to carry off still preserves her influence over your heart, and you doubtless lead with her that serene life of which you are enamored. Own the truth, Master Gil Blas, she has become a thing of your own, and you are both living on the pistoles carried off from the subterraneous retreat. I told him he was mistaken, and to set him right, related the lady's adventures and my own while we sat at dinner. When our meal was finished, he led back to the subject of the Catalonians and attempted once more to engage me in his project. But finding me inflexible, he looked at me with a terrific frown and said seriously, since you are dastard enough to prefer your servile condition to the honor of enlisting in a troop of brave fellows, I turn you adrift to your own groveling inclinations. But mark me well, a lapse may be fatal. Forget our meeting of today, and never prate about me to any living soul, for if I catch you banding about my name in your idle talk, you know my ways, I need say no more. With these words, he called for the landlord, paid the reckoning, and we rose from table to go away. End of Book 3, Chapter 2. Book 3, Chapter 3 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, Chapter 3, Gil Blas is dismissed by Don Bernard de Castilblaza and enters into the service of a beau. As we were coming out of the tavern and taking our leave, my master was passing along the street. He saw me, and I observed him look more than once at the captain. I had no doubt but he was surprised at meeting me in such company. It is certain that Rolando's physiognomy and air were not much in favor of moral qualities. He was a gigantic fellow with a long face, a parrot's beak, and a very rascally contour, without being absolutely ugly. I was not mistaken in my guess. In the evening I found Don Bernard harping on the captain's figure, and charmingly disposed to believe all the fine things I could have said of him if my tongue had not been tied. Gil Blas, said he, who is that great shark I saw with you a while ago? I told him it was an alguazil, and thought to have got off with that answer, but he returned to the charge, and observing my confusion from the remembrance of the threats used by Rolando, broke off the conversation abruptly and went to bed. The next morning, when I had performed my ordinary duties, he counted me over 6 ducats instead of 6 reals, and said, Here, my friend, this is what I give you for your services up to this day. Go and look out for another place. A servant keeping such high company is too much for me. I bethought myself of saying in my own defense that I had known that alguazil by having prescribed for him at Valladolid while I was practicing medicine. Very good, replied my master. The shift is ingenious enough. You might have thought of it last night and not have looked so foolish. Sir, rejoined I, in good truth, prudence kept me silent, and gave to my reserve the aspect of guilt. Undoubtedly, resumed he, tapping me softly on the shoulder, it was carrying prudence very far, even to the confines of cunning. Go, lad, I have no further occasion for your services. I went immediately to acquaint Melendez with the bad news, who told me for my comfort that he would engage to procure me a better berth. Indeed, some days after, he said, Gil Blas, my friend, you have no notion of the good luck in store for you. You will have the most agreeable post in the world. I am going to settle you with Don Matthias de Silva. He is a man of the first fashion, one of those young noblemen commonly distinguished by the appellation of beaux. I have the honor of his custom. He takes up goods of me, on tick indeed, but these great men are good pay in the long run. They often marry rich heiresses, and then old scores are wiped off. Or should that fail, a tradesman who understands his business puts such a price upon his articles that if 3/4 of his debts are bad, he is no loser. Don Matthias's steward is my intimate friend. Let us go and look for him. It will be for him to present you to his master, and you may rely upon it that for my sake he will treat you with high consideration. As we were on our way to Don Matthias's house, this honest shopkeeper said, It is fit, methinks, that you should be let into the steward's character. His name is Gregorio Rodriguez. Between ourselves, he is a man of low birth, with a talent for intrigue, in which vocation he has labored till a stewardship in 2 distressed families completed their ruin and made his fortune. I give you notice that his vanity is excessive. He loves to see the under servants creeping and crawling at his feet. It is with him they must make interest if they have any favor to beg of their master, for should they happen to obtain it without his interference, he has always some shift or other at hand to get the boon revoked, or at least render it of no avail. Regulate your conduct on this hint, Gil Blas. Pay court to Senor Rodriguez in preference to your master himself, and leave no stone unturned to get into his good graces. His friendship will be of material service to you. He will pay your wages to the day, and if you have management enough to worm yourself into his confidence, you may chance to pick up some of the fragments which fall from his table. There are enough for an hungrier dog than you. Don Matthias is a young nobleman with no thought to throw away but on his pleasures, nor the slightest suspicion how his own affairs are going on. What a house for a steward who knows how to be a steward. When we got to our journey's end, we asked to speak with Senor Rodriguez. We were told that we should find him in his own apartment. There he was, sure enough, and with him a clownish sort of fellow holding a blue bag full of money. The steward, looking more wan and yellow than a girl in a hurry for a husband, ran up to Melendez with open arms. The draper was not behindhand with him, and they each hugged the other with a show of friendship, at least as much indebted to art as nature for its plausible effect. After this, the next question was about me. Rodriguez examined me from top to toe, saying very civilly at the same time that I was just such an one as Don Matthias wanted, and that he would with pleasure take upon himself to present me to that nobleman. Thereupon Melendez gave him to understand how deeply he was interested in my behalf. He begged the steward to take me under his protection, and leaving me with him after plenty of compliments, withdrew. As soon as he was gone out, Rodriguez said, I will introduce you to my master the moment I have dispatched this honest husbandman. He called the countryman to him forthwith, and taking his bag, Talego, said he, let us see if the 500 pistoles are all right. He counted over the money himself. As the sum was found to be exact, the countryman took a receipt and went away. The cash was put back again into the bag. It was my turn next to be attended to. We may now, said my new patron, go to my master's levee. He usually gets up about noon. It is now near 1 o'clock, and must be daylight in his apartment. Don Matthias had indeed just risen. He was still in his morning gown, kicking his heels in a great chair with a leg tossed over one of the elbows, swinging backwards and forwards and manufacturing his own snuff. His conversation was addressed to a footman in waiting, who officiated as a temporary valet de chambre. My lord, said the steward, here is a young man whom I take the liberty of presenting to your lordship in the place of him you discharged the day before yesterday. Your Draper Melendez has given him a character he undertakes for his qualifications, and I believe you will be very well pleased with him. That is enough, answered the young nobleman. Since he has your recommendation, I adopt him blindfold into my retinue. He is my valet de chambre at once. That business is settled. Let us talk of other matters, Rodriguez. You are come just in time. I was going to send for you. I have a budget of bad news, my dear Rodriguez. I played with ill luck last night, and 100 pistoles in my pocket lost, and 200 more on credit. You know how indispensable it is for persons of high rank to pay their debts of honor. As for any other, it is no matter when they are paid. Punctuality is all very well between one tradesman and another, but they cannot expect it from one of us. These 200 pistoles must be raised forthwith and sent to the Countess de Pedrosa. Sir, quoth the steward, that is sooner said than done. Where, prithee, am I to get such a sum? Threaten as I will, I never touch a marvedi from your tenants, and yet your establishment is to be kept up in style, and I am wearing myself to a thread in furnishing the ways and means. It is true that hitherto, heaven be praised, we have rubbed on, but what which to conjure for a wind now I know not. The case is desperate. All this prosing is extremely impertinent, interrupted Don Mathias. This counting-house talk makes me hideously nervous. So then, Rodriguez, you really think to undertake my reform and metamorphose me into a plodding manager of my own estates? A very elegant sort of pastime for a man in my station of life, a man of rank and fashion. Grant me patience, replied the steward. At the rate we are driving now, it is easily calculated how soon you will be released from all those cares. You are a very great bore, resumed the young nobleman rather peevishly. This brutal importunity is downright murder to one's feelings. I hate loud music. Be so good as to let me be ruined pianissimo. I tell you I want 200 pistoles, and I must have them. Why then, said Rodriguez, we must have recourse to the old rascal who has lent you so much already usurious terms. Have recourse to the devil, if he will do you any good, answered Don Mathias. Only let me have 200 pistoles, and it is the same thing to me how you manage to get them. While he was uttering these words in a hasty and fretful tone, the steward went out, and Don Antonio Santillane, a young man of quality, came in. What is the matter, my friend? Said this last to my master. Your atmosphere is overcast. I trace passion in the lines of your countenance. Who can have ruffled that sweet temper? I would lay a wager it was that booby just gone out. Yes, answered Don Mathias, he is my steward. Every time he comes to speak to me, I am in an agony for a quarter of an hour or 20 minutes. He rings the changes on the state of my affairs and tells me that I'm spending principal and interest. A beast. He will say next that I have ruined him into the bargain. My dear fellow, replied Don Antonio, I am exactly in the same situation. My man of business is just such another scarecrow as your steward. When the sneaking scoundrel, after repeated demands, brings me some niggardly supply, it is just as if he was lending me his own. He expostulates most barbarously. Sir, says he, you are going to rack and ruin. There is an execution out against you. I am obliged to cut him short and beg him to remonstrate in epitome. The worst of it is, said Don Mathias, that there is no doing without these fellows. They are the penance attached to our elegant indiscretions. Just so, replied Santillane. But listen, pursued he, bursting into a fit of laughter, a pleasant idea has just struck me. Nothing was ever more farcically fancied. We may introduce a buffo caricato into our serious opera, and relieve the knell of our departed goods and chattels with an humorous divertisement. The plot is thus. Let me try to borrow from your steward whatever you want. You shall do the same with my man of business. Then let them both preach as they please. We shall hearken with the utmost composure. Your steward will come and open his case to me. My man of business will plead the poverty of the land to you. I shall hear of nothing but your extravagance and you will see your own and mine as in a glass. It will be vastly entertaining." 1,000 brilliant conceits followed this flight of genius and put the young patricians into high spirits, so that they kept up the ball with vivacity, if not with wit. Their conversation was interrupted by Gregorio Rodriguez, who brought back with him a little old man with a bald head. Don Antonio was for moving off. "Farewell, Don Matthias," said he, "we shall meet again anon. I leave you with these gentlemen. You have doubtless some state affairs to discuss in council." "Oh, no, no," answered my master, "you had better stop. You will not interrupt us. This warm old gentleman has the moderation to lend me money at 20%. "What, at 20%? exclaimed Centelles in a tone of astonishment. "In good truth, I wish you joy in being in such hands. I do not come off so cheaply for my part. I pay through the nose for every farthing I get. My loans are generally raised at double that %. "There is usury," said the father of the usurious tribe. "Unconscionable dogs! Where do they expect to go when they die? I do not wonder there is so strong a prejudice against money lenders. It is the exorbitant profit which some of them derive from their discounts that brings reproach and ill will upon us all. If all my brethren of the blue balls were like me, we should not be treated so scurvily. For my part, I only lend to do my duty towards my neighbor. Ah, if times were as good now as in my early days, my purse should be at your service as a friend, and even now in the present distress of the money market, it goes against the grain to take a poor 20%. But one would think the money was all gone back to the mines whence it came. There's no such thing to be had, and the scarcity compels me to depart a little from the disinterested severity of my benevolence. How much do you want?" pursued he, addressing my master. 200 pistoles, answered Don Matthias. "I have 400 here in a bag," replied the usurer. "It is only to give you half of them." At the same time he drew from underneath his cloak a blue bag, looking just like that in which Farmer Talego had left 500 pistoles with Rodriguez. I was not long in forming my judgment of the matter, and saw plainly that Melendez had not bragged without reason of the steward's aptness in the ways of the world. The old man emptied the bag, displayed the cash on a table, and set about counting it. The sight set all my master's extravagant passions in a flame. The sum total proved very striking to his comprehension. "Signor Descomulgado," said he to the usurer, "I have just made a very sensible reflection. I am a great fool. I only borrow enough to redeem my credit, without thinking of my empty pockets. I should be obliged to give you the trouble of coming again tomorrow. I think, therefore, it would be best to spare your age and infirmities, and ease you of the 400 at once." "My lord," answered the old man, "I had destined half of this money to a good licentiate who lays out the income of his large preferments in those pious and charitable uses for which they were originally given to the clergy, as stewards of the poor and guides to the young and unwary. In pursuance of this end, it is his great delight to wean young girls from the seductions of a wicked world, and place them in a snug, well-furnished little box of his own, where they may be obnoxious to his ghostly admonitions by day and by night. But since you have occasion for the whole sum, it is at your disposal. Something by way of security." "Oh, as for security," interrupted Rodriguez, taking a paper out of his pocket, "you shall have as good as the bank. Here is a note which Signor Don Matthias has only just to sign. He makes over 500 pistoles due from one of his tenants, Talego, a wealthy yeoman of Mondejar." "That is enough," replied the usurer. "I never split hairs, but deal upon the square." The steward insinuated a pen between his master's fingers, who signed his name at the bottom of the note without reading it, and whistled as he signed, for want of thought. That business settled, the old man took his leave of my noble employer, who shook him cordially by the hand, saying, "Till I have the pleasure of seeing you again, good master, pounds, shillings, and pence, I am your most devoted humble servant." I do not know why you should all be lumped together for a set of bloodsuckers. You seem to me a necessary link in the chain of well-ordered society. You are as good as a physician to us pecuniary invalids of quality, and keep us alive by artificial restoratives in the last stage of a consumptive purse. You are in the right, exclaimed Santillane. Usurers are a very gentlemanly order in society, and I must not be denied the privilege of paying my compliments to this illustrious specimen for the sake of his 20%. With this banter he came up and threw his arms about the old man's neck, and these two overgrown children, for their amusement, began sending him backward and forward between them like a shuttlecock. After they had tossed him about from pillar to post, they suffered him to depart with the steward, who ought to have come in for his share of the game, and for something a little more serious. When Rodriguez and his stalking horse had left the room, Don Matthias sent, by the lackey in waiting, half his pistoles to the Countess de Pedrosa, and deposited the other half in a long purse worked with gold and silk, which he usually wore in his pocket. Very well pleased to find himself in cash, he said to Don Antonio, with an air of gaiety, "What shall we do with ourselves today? Let us call a council." "That is talking like a statesman," answered Santillane. "I am your man. Let us ponder gravely." While they were collecting their deliberative wisdom on the course they were to pursue for the day, two other noblemen came in, Don Alexo Seguiar and Don Ferdinand de Gamboa, both nearly about my master's age, that is, from 8 and 20 to 30. These four jolly blades began with such hearty salutations as if they had not met for these 10 years. After that, Don Ferdinand, a professed Bacchanalian, made his proposals to Don Matthias and Don Antonio. "Gentlemen," said he, "where do you dine today? If you are not engaged, I will take you to a tavern, where you shall quaff celestial liquor. I supped there last night, and did not come away till between 5 and 6 this morning. Would to heaven," exclaimed my master, "I had done the same. I should not have lost my money." "For my part," said Santillane, "I treated myself yesterday evening with a new amusement, for variety has always its charm for me. Nothing but a change of pleasures can make the dull round of human life supportable. One of my friends introduced me neck and heels to one of those gentry yclept tax-gatherers, who do the government business and their own at the same time. There was no want of magnificence, good taste, or a well-designed set-out table, but I found in the family itself an highly seasoned relish of absurdity. The farmer of the revenues, though the most meanly extracted of the whole party, must set up for a great man, and his wife, though hideously ugly, was a goddess in her own estimation, and made 1,000 silly speeches, the zest of which was heightened by a Biscayan accent. Add to this that there were 4 or 5 children with their tutor at table. Judge if it must not have been an amusing family party. "As for me, gentlemen," said Don Alexo Seguiar, "I supped with Arsenia, the actress. We were 6 at table: Arsenia, Florimond, a coquette of her acquaintance, the Marquis de Zanet, Don Juan de Moncade, and your humble servant. We passed the night in drinking and talking bawdy. What a flow of soul! To be sure, Arsenia and Florimond are not strong in their upper works, but then they have a facility in their vocation, which is more than all the wit in the world. They are the dearest madcaps, gay, romping, and rampant. They are 100 times better than your modest women of sense and discretion." End of Book 3, Chapter 3. Book 3, Chapter 4 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, Chapter 4. Gil Blas gets into company with his fellows. They show him a ready road to the reputation of wit, and impose on him a singular oath. Those noblemen pursued this strain of conversation till Don Matthias, about whose person I was fiddling all the while, was ready to go out. He then told me to follow him, and this bevy of fashionables set sail together for the tavern whither Don Ferdinand de Gamboa proposed to conduct them. I began my march in the rear rank with 3 other valets, for each of the gentlemen had his own. I remarked with astonishment that these 3 servants copied their masters and assumed the same follies. I introduced myself as a newcomer. They returned my salute in form, and one of them, after having taken measure of me very accurately, said, "Brother, I perceive by your gait that you have never yet lived with a young nobleman." "Alas, no," answered I, "neither have I been long in Madrid." "So it appears," replied he, "you smell strong of the country. You seem timid and embarrassed. There is an hitch in your deportment, but no matter, we will soon wear off all stiffness, take my word for it." "Perhaps you think better of me than I deserve," said I. "No," resumed he, "no, there is no such cub as we cannot lick into shape, assure yourself of that." This specimen was enough to convince me that I had hardy fellows for my comrades, and that I could not be in better hands to initiate me into high life below stairs. On our arrival at the tavern, we found an entertainment ready, which Signor Don Ferdinand had been so provident as to order in the morning. Our masters sat down to table, and we arranged ourselves behind their chairs. The conversation was spirited and lively. My ears tingled to hear them. Their humor, their way of thinking, their mode of expression diverted me. What fire, what sallies of imagination! They appeared like a new order of beings. With the dessert, we sat before them a great choice of the best wines in Spain, and left the room to go to dinner in a little parlor where our cloth was laid. I was not long in discovering that the combatants in our lists had more to recommend them than appeared at first sight. They were not satisfied with aping the manners of their masters, but even copied their phrases, and these varlets gave such a facsimile that, bating a little vulgarity, they might have passed themselves off very well. I admired their free and easy carriage. Still more was I charmed with their wit, but despaired of ever coming up to them in my own person. Don Ferdinand's servant, on the score of his master treating ours, did the honors, and determined to do the thing genteelly, he called the landlord and said to him, "Master Tapster, give us 10 bottles of your very best wine, and as you have an happy knack of doing, make the gentlemen upstairs believe that they have drank them." "With all my heart," answered the landlord, "but, Master Gaspard, you know that Signor Don Ferdinand owes me for a good many dinners already. If through your kind intervention I could get some little matter on account—" "Oh," interrupted the valet, "do not be at all uneasy about your debt. I will take it upon myself, put it down to me. It is true that some unmannerly creditors have preferred legal measures to a reliance on our honor, but we shall take the first opportunity of obtaining a replevy, and will pay you without looking at your bill. To have my master on your books is like so many ingots of gold." The landlord brought us the wine in spite of unmannerly creditors, and we drank to a speedy replevy. It was as good as a comedy to see us drinking each other's health every minute under our master's titles. Don Antonio's servant called Don Ferdinand's plain Gamboa, and Don Ferdinand's servant called Don Antonio Centelles. They dubbed me Silva, and we kept pace in drunkenness under these borrowed names with the noblemen to whom they properly belonged. Though my wit was less conspicuous than that of the other guests, they lost no opportunity of testifying their pleasure in my acquaintance. "Silva," said one of our merriest soakers, "we shall make something of you, my friend. I perceive that you have wit at will, if you did but know how to draw upon it. The fear of talking absurdly prevents you from throwing out at all, and yet it is only by a bold push that 1,000 people nowadays set themselves up for good companions. Do you wish to be bright? You have only to give the reins to your loquacity and to venture indiscriminately on whatever comes uppermost. Your blunders will pass for the eccentricities of genius. Though you should utter 100 extravagancies, let but a single good joke be packed up in the bundle, the nonsense shall be all forgotten, the witticism bandied about, and your talent be puffed into high repute. This is the happy method our masters have devised, and it ought to be adopted by all new candidates. Besides that, I had but too strong a wish to pass for a clever fellow. The trick they taught me appeared so easy in the performance that it ought not to be buried in obscurity. I tried it at once, and the fumes of the wine contributed to my success. That is to say, I talked at random, and had the good luck to strike out of much absurdity some flashes of merriment, very acceptable to my audience. This first essay inspired me with confidence. I redoubled my sprightliness to sparkle in repartee, and chance gave a successful issue to my endeavors. Well done, said my fellow servant, who had addressed me in the street. Do not you begin to shake off your rustic manners. You have not been 2 hours in our company, and you are quite another creature. Your improvement will be visible every day. This is it, to wait on people of quality. It causes an elevation, which the mind can never attain under a plebeian roof. Doubtless, answered I, and for that reason I shall henceforth dedicate my little talents to the nobility. That is bravely said, roared out Don Ferdinand's servant. Half seas over, commoners are not entitled to possess such a fund of superior genius as exists in us. Come, gentlemen, let us make a vow never to colleague with any such beggarly fellows. Let us swear to that by Styx. We laughed heartily at Gaspard's conceit. The proposal was received with applause, and we took this mock oath with our glasses in our hands. Thus sat we at table till our masters were pleased to get up from it. This was at midnight, an outrageous instance of sobriety, in the opinion of my colleagues. To be sure, these noble lords left the tavern so early only to visit a celebrated wanton, lodging in the purlieus of the court, and keeping open house night and day for the votaries of pleasure. She was a woman from 35 to 40, still in the height of her charms, entertaining in her discourse, and so perfect a mistress in the art of pleasure that she sold the waste and refuse of her beauty at a higher price than the first sample of the unadulterated article. She had always 2 or 3 other pieces of damaged goods in the house, who contributed not a little to the great concourse of nobility resorting thither. The afternoon was spent in play, then supper, and the night passed in drinking and making merry. Our masters stayed till morning, and so did we, without thinking the time long, for while they were toying with the mistresses, we attacked the maids. At length we all parted when daylight peeped in on our festivities, and went to bed each of us at our separate homes. My master, getting up at his usual time about noon, dressed himself. He went out. I followed him, and we paid a visit to Don Antonio Santillane, with whom we found one Don Alvaro de Acuna. He was an old gentleman who gave lectures on the science of debauchery. The rising generation, if they wanted to qualify themselves for fine gentlemen, put themselves under his tuition. He molded their ductile habits to pleasure, taught them to make a distinguished figure in the world, and to squander their substance. He had no qualms as to running out his own, for the deed was done. After these 3 blades had exchanged the compliments of the morning, Santillane said to my master, In good faith, Don Matthias, you could not have come at a more lucky time. Don Alvar is come to take me with him to a dinner given by a citizen to the Marquis de Zenet and Don Juan de Moncade, and you shall be of the party. And what is the citizen's name? said Don Matthias. Gregorio de Noriega, said Don Alvar, and I will describe the young man in 2 words. His father, a rich jeweler, is gone abroad to attend the foreign markets, and left his son, at his departure, in the enjoyment of a large income. Gregorio is a blockhead with a turn for every sort of extravagance and an awkward hankering after the reputation of wit and fashion in despite of nature. He has begged of me to give him a few instructions. I manage him completely and can assure you, gentlemen, that I lead him a rare dance. His estate is rather deeply dipped already. I do not doubt it, exclaimed Santillane. I see the vulgar dog in an almshouse. Come, Don Matthias, let us honor the fellow with our acquaintance, and be in at the death of him. Willingly, answered my master, for I delight in seeing the fortune of these plebeian upstarts kicked over when they affect to mix among us. Nothing, for instance, ever entertained me so much as the downfall of the toll-gatherer's son, whom play and the vanity of figuring among the great have stripped till he has not a house over his head. Oh, as for that, replied Don Alvar, he deserves no pity. He is as great a coxcomb in his poverty as he was in his prosperity. Centelles and my master accompanied Don Alvar to Gregorio de Noriega's party. We went there also, that is, Maga and myself, both in ecstasy at having an opportunity of sponging on a citizen, and pleasing ourselves with the thought of being in at the death of him. At our entrance we observed several men employed in preparing dinner, and there issued from the ragouts they were taking up a vapor which conciliated the palate through the medium of the nostrils. The Marquis de Zanet and Don Juan de Moncade were just come. The founder of the feast seemed a great simpleton. He aped the man of fashion with a most clumsy grace, a wretched copy of admirable originals, or more properly, an idiot in the chair of wisdom and taste. Figure to yourself a man of this character in the center of 5 bantering fellows, all intent on making a jest of him and drawing him into ridiculous expenses. Gentlemen, said Don Alvar, after the first interchange of civilities, give me leave to introduce you to Signor Gregorio de Noriega, a most brilliant star in the hemisphere of fashion. He owns 1,000 amiable qualities. Do you know that he has an highly cultivated understanding? Choose your own subject. He is equally at home in every branch, from the subtlety and closeness of logic to the elementary science of the criss-cross row. Oh, this is really too flattering, interrupted the Scot and Lot gentleman with a very uncouth laugh. I might, Signor Alvaro, put you to the blush as you have put me, for you may truly be termed a reservoir, as it were, a common sewer of erudition. I had no intention, replied Don Alvaro, to draw upon myself so savory an encomium, but truly, gentlemen, Signor Gregorio cannot fail of establishing a name in the world. As for me, said Don Antonio, what is so delightful in my eyes, far above the honors of logic or the criss-cross row, is the tasteful selection of his company. Instead of demeaning himself to the level of tradesmen, he associates only with the young nobility, and sets the expense at naught. There is an elevation of sentiment in this conduct which enchants me, and this is what you may truly call dispersing with taste and judgment. These ironical speeches were only the preludes to a continual strain of banter. Poor Gregorio was attacked on all hands. The wits shot their bolts by turns, but they made no impression on the fool. On the contrary, he took all they said literally, and seemed highly pleased with his guests, as if they did him a favor by making him their laughing-stock. In short, he served them for a butt, while they sat at table, which they did not quit during the afternoon, nor till late at night. We, as well as our masters, drank as we liked, so that the servants' hall and the dining room were in equally high order when we took our leave of the young jeweler. End of Book 3, Chapter 4. Book 3, Chapter 5 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, Chapter 5. Gil Blas becomes the darling of the fair sex and makes an interesting acquaintance. After some hours' sleep, I got up in fine spirits, and calling the advice of Melendez to mind, went till my master was stirring to pay my court to our steward, whose vanity was rather flattered by this attention. He received me with a gracious air, and inquired how I was reconciled to the habits and manners of the young nobility. I answered that they were strange to me as yet, but that use and good example might work wonders in the end. Use and good example did work wonders, and that right soon. My temper and conduct were quite altered. From a discreet, sober lad, I got to be a lively, heedless, merry Andrew. Don Antonio's servant paid me a compliment on my transformation, and told me that there wanted nothing but a tender interest in the lovely part of the creation to shine like a new star dropped from the heavens. He pointed out to me that it was an indispensable requisite in the character of a pretty fellow that all our set were well with some fine woman or other, and that he himself, to his own share, engrossed the favors of two beauties in high life. I was of opinion that the rascal lied. Master Magacan, said I, you are doubtless a very dapper, lively little fellow, with a modest assurance, but still I do not comprehend how women of quality, not having your sweet person on their own private establishments, should run the risk of being detected in an intrigue with a footman out of doors. Oh, as for that, answered he, they do not know my condition. To my master's wardrobe, and even to his name, am I indebted for these conquests. I will tell you how it is. I dress myself up as a young nobleman, and assume the manners of one. I go to public places, and tip the wink first to one woman, and then to another, till I meet with one who returns the signal. Her I follow, and find means to speak with her. I take the name of Don Antonio Centelles. I plead for an assignation. The lady is squeamish about it. I am pressing. She is kind, etc. Thus it is, my fine fellow, that I contrive to carry on my intrigues, and I would have you profit by the hint. I was too ambitious of shining like a new star dropped from the heavens to turn a deaf ear to such counsel. Besides, there was about me no aversion to an amour. I therefore laid a plan to disguise myself as a young nobleman, and look out for adventures of gallantry. There was a risk in assuming my masquerade dress at home, lest it might be observed. I took a complete suit from my master's wardrobe, and made it up into a bundle, which I carried to a barber's, where I thought I could dress and undress conveniently. There I tricked myself out to the best advantage. The barber, too, lent a helping hand to my attire. When we thought it adjusted to a nicety, I sauntered towards St. Jerome's meadow, whence I felt morally certain that I should not return without making an impression. But I could not even get thither without a proof of my own attractions. As I was crossing a by-street, a lady of genteel figure, elegantly dressed, came out of a small house and got into an hired carriage standing at the door. I stopped short to look at her, and bowed significantly, so as to convey an intimation that my heart was not insensible. On her part, to show me that her face was not less lovely than her person, she lifted up her veil for a moment. In the meantime the coach set off, and I stood stock still in the street, not a little stiffened at this vision. A vastly pretty woman, said I to myself. Bless us, this is just what is wanting to make me perfectly accomplished. If the two ladies who share Maga-Khan between them are equally handsome, the scoundrel is in luck. I should be delighted with her for a mistress. Ruminating on these things, I looked by chance towards the house whence that lovely creature had glided, and saw at a window on the ground floor an old woman beckoning me to come in. I flew like lightning into the house, and found in a very neat parlor this venerable and wary matron, who, taking me for a marquis at least, dropped a low curtsy and said, I doubt not, my lord, but you must have a bad opinion of a woman who, without the slightest acquaintance, beckons you out of the street. But you will perhaps judge more favorably of me when you shall know that I do not pay that compliment promiscuously. You look like a man of fashion. You are perfectly in the right, my old girl, interrupted I, stretching out my right leg and throwing the weight of my body on my left hip. Mine is, vanity apart, one of the best families in Spain. It must be so by your looks, replied she, and I will fairly own that I delight in doing a kindness to people of quality. That is my weak side. I watched you through my window. You looked very earnestly at a lady who has just left me. Perhaps you may have taken a fancy to her. Tell me so plainly. By the honor of my house, answered I, she has shot me through the heart. I never saw anything so tempting, a most divine creature. Do bring us acquainted, my dear, and rely on my gratitude. It is worth while to do these little offices for us of the beau monde. They are better paid than our bills. I have told you once for all, replied the old woman, I am entirely devoted to people of condition. It is my passion to be useful to them. I receive here, for example, a certain class of ladies whom appearances prevent from seeing their favorites at home. I lend them my house, and thus the warmth of their constitutions is indulged without risk to their characters. Vastly well, quoth I. And you have just done that kindness to the lady in question? No, answered she, this is a young widow of quality in want of an admirer, but so difficult in her choice that I do not know whether you will do for her, however great your requisites may be. I have already introduced to her 3 well-furnished gallants, but she turned up her nose at them. Oh, egad, my life, exclaimed I confidently, you have only to stick me in her skirts. I will give you a good account of her. Take my word for it, I long to have a grapple with a beauty of such peremptory demands. They have not yet fallen in my way. Well, then, said the old woman, you have only to come hither tomorrow at the same hour. Your curiosity shall be satisfied. I will not fail, rejoined I. We shall see whether a young nobleman can miss a conquest. I returned to the little barber's without looking for other adventures, but deeply interested in the event of this. Therefore, on the following day, I went in splendid attire to the old woman's an hour sooner than the time. My lord, said she, you are punctual, and I take it kindly. To be sure, the game is worth the chase. I have seen our young widow, and we have had a good deal of talk about you. Not a word was to be said, but I have taken such a liking to you that I cannot hold my tongue. You have made yourself agreeable, and will soon be a happy man. Between ourselves, the lady is a relishing morsel. Her husband did not live long with her. He glided away like a shadow. She has all the merit of an absolute girl. The good old lady no doubt meant one of those clever girls who contrive not to live single though they live unmarried. The heroine of the assignation came soon in an hired carriage, as on the day before, dressed very magnificently. As soon as she came into the room, I led off with 5 or 6 coxcombical bows, accompanied by the most fashionable grimaces. After this, I went up to her with a very familiar air, and said, My adored angel, you behold a gentleman of no mean rank, whom your charms have undone. Your image since yesterday has taken complete possession of my fancy. You have turned a duchess neck and heels out of my heart, who was beginning to establish a footing there. The triumph is too glorious for me, answered she, throwing off her veil, but still my transports are not without alloy. Young men of fashion love variety, and their hearts are, they say, bandied about from one to the other like a piece of base money. Ah, my sovereign mistress, replied I, let us leave the future to shift for itself, and think only of the present. You are lovely. I am in love. If my passion is not hateful to you, let it take its course at random. We will embark like true sailors, set the storms and shipwreck of a long voyage at defiance, and only take the fair weather of the time present into the account. In finishing this speech, I threw myself in raptures at the feet of my nymph, and the better to hit off my assumed character, pressed her with some little peevishness not to delay my bliss. She seemed a little touched by my remonstrances, but thought it too soon to yield, and giving me a gentle rebuff, hold, said she, you are too importunate, this is like a rake. I fear you are but a loose young fellow. For shame, madam, exclaimed I, can you set your face against what women of the first taste and condition encourage? A prejudice against what is vulgarly called vice may be all very well for citizens' wives. That is decisive, replied she. There is no resisting so forcible a plea. I see plainly that with men of your order dissimulation is to no purpose. A woman must meet you halfway. Learn then your victory, added she with an appearance of disorder, as if her modesty suffered by the avowal. You have inspired me with sentiments such as are new to my heart, and I only wait to know who you are, that I may take you for my acknowledged lover. I believe you a young lord and a gentleman, yet there is no trusting to appearances, and however prepossessed I may be in your favor, I would not give away my affections to a stranger. I recollected at the moment how Don Antonio's servant had got out of a similar perplexity, and determining after his example to pass for my master, Madam, said I to my dainty widow, I will not excuse myself from telling you my name. It is one that will not disparage its owner. Have you ever heard of Don Matthias da Silva? Yes, replied she, indeed, I have seen him with a lady of my acquaintance. Though considerably improved in impudence, I was a little troubled by this discovery, yet I rallied my forces in an instant and extricated myself with a happy presence of mind. Well then, my fair one, retorted I, the lady of your acquaintance knows a lord of my acquaintance, and I am of his acquaintance, of his own family, since you must know it. His grandfather married the sister-in-law of my father's uncle. You see, we are very near relations. My name is Don Cesar. I am the only son of the great Don Ferdinand de Ribera, slain 15 years ago in a battle on the frontiers of Portugal. I could give you all the particulars of the action. It was a devilish sharp one, but to fight it over again would be losing the precious moments of mutual love. After this discourse I got to be importunate and impassioned, but without bringing matters at all forwarder. The favours which my goddess winked at my snatching tended only to make me languish for what she was more chary of. The tyrant got back to her couch, which was waiting at the door. Nevertheless, I withdrew, well enough pleased with my success, though it still fell short of the only perfect issue. If, said I to myself, I have obtained indulgences but by halves, it is because this lady, forsooth, is a high-born dame, and thinks it beneath her quality to play the very woman at the first interview. The pride of pedigree stands in the way of my advancement just now, but in a few days we shall be better acquainted. To be sure, it did not once come into my head that she might be one of those cunning gypsies always on the catch. Yet I liked better to look at things on the right side than on the wrong, and thus maintained a favorable opinion of my widow. We had agreed at parting to meet again on the day after the morrow, and the hope of arriving at the summit of my wishes gave me a foretaste of the pleasures with which I tickled my fancy. With my brain full of joyous traces, I returned to my barber. Having changed my dress, I went to attend my master at the tennis court. I found him at play and saw that he won, for he was not one of those impenetrable gamesters who make or mar a fortune without moving a muscle. In prosperity he was flippant and overbearing, but quite peevish on the losing side. He left the tennis court in high spirits and went for the Prince's Theatre. I followed him to the box door, then putting a ducat into my hand, "Here, Gil Blas," said he, "as I have been a winner to-day, you shall not be the worse for it. Go, divert yourself with your friends, and come to me about midnight at Arsenia's, where I am to sup with Don Alexo Seguiar." He then went in, and I stood debating with whom I should disperse my ducat according to the pious will of the founder. I did not muse long. Clarin, Don Alexo's servant, just then came in my way. I took him to the next tavern, and we amused ourselves there till midnight. Thence we repaired to Arsenia's house, where Clarin had orders to attend. A little footboy opened the door and showed us into a room downstairs, where Arsenia's waiting woman and the lady who held the same office about Florimond were laughing, ready to split their sides, while their mistresses were above stairs with our masters. The addition of two jolly fellows just come from a good supper could not be unwelcome to Abigail's, and to the Abigails of actresses too. But what was my astonishment when in one of these lowly ladies I discovered my widow, my adorable widow, whom I took for a countess or a marchioness. She appeared equally amazed to see her dear Don Cesar de Ribera metamorphosed into the valet of a beau. However, we looked at one another without being out of countenance. Indeed, such a tingling sensation of laughter came over us both as we could not help indulging in. After which Laura, for that was her name, drawing me aside while Clarin was speaking to her fellow servant, held out her hand to me very kindly, and said in a low voice, "Accept this pledge, Signor Don Cesar. Mutual congratulations are more to the purpose than mutual reproaches, my friend. You topped your part to perfection, and I was not quite contemptible in mine. What say you? Confess now, did not you take me for one of those precious peeresses who are fond of a little smuggled amusement?" "It is even so," answered I, "but whoever you are, my empress, I have not changed my sentiments with my paraphernalia. Accept my services in good part, and let the valet de chambre of Don Matthias consummate what Don Cesar has so happily begun." "Get you gone," replied she. "I like you 10 times better in your natural than in your artificial character. You are as a man what I am as a woman, and that is the greatest compliment I can pay you. You are admitted into the number of my adorers. We have no longer any need of the old woman as a blind. You may come and see me whenever you like. We theatrical ladies are no slaves to form, but live higgledy-piggledy with the men. I allow that the effects are sometimes visible, but the public wink hard at our irregularities. The drama's patrons, as you well know, give the drama's laws, and absolve us from all others." We went no further because there were bystanders. The conversation became general, lively, jovial. inclining to loose jokes, not very carefully wrapped up. We all of us bore a bob. Arsenia's attendant above all, my amiable Laura, was very conspicuous, but her wit was so extremely nimble that her virtue could never overtake it. Our masters and the actresses on the floor above raised incessant peals of laughter, which reached us in the regions below, and probably the entertainment was much alike with the celestials and the infernals. If all the knowing remarks had been written down which escaped from the philosophers that night assembled at Arsenia's, I really think it would have been a manual for the rising generation, yet we could not arrest the chaste moon in her progress. The rising of that blab, the sun, parted us. Claren followed the heels of Don Alexo, and I went home with Don Matthias. End of Book 3, Chapter 5. Book 3, Chapter 6 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, Chapter 6, The Prince's Company of Comedians. My master, getting up the next day, received a note from Don Alexo Seguiar desiring his company immediately. We went and found there the Marquis de Jeanette and another young nobleman of prepossessing manners whom I had never seen. Don Matthias, said Seguiar to my protector, introducing the stranger, give me leave to present Don Pompeyo de Castro, a relation of mine. He has been at the court of Portugal almost from his childhood. He reached Madrid last night and returns to Lisbon tomorrow. He can allow me only one day. I wish to make the most of the precious moments and thought of asking you and the Marquis de Jeanette to make out the time agreeably. Thereupon my master and Don Alexo's relation embraced heartily and complimented one another in the most extravagant manner. I was much pleased with Don Pompeyo's conversation. It showed both acuteness and solidity. They dined with Seguiar, and the gentlemen, after the dessert, amused themselves at play till the theatre opened. Then they went all together to the prince's house to see a new tragedy called The Queen of Carthage. At the end of the piece they returned to supper, and their conversation ran first on the composition, then upon the actors. As for the work, cried Don Matthias, I think very lightly of it. Aeneas is a more pious blockhead there than in the Aeneid, but it must be owned that the piece was played divinely. What does Signor Don Pompeyo think of it? He does not seem to agree with me. Gentlemen, said the illustrious stranger with a smile, you are so enraptured with your actors, and still more with your actresses, that I scarcely dare avow my dissent. That is very prudent, interrupted Don Alexo with a sneer. Your criticisms would be ill received. You should be tender of our actresses before the trumpeters of their fame. We carouse with them every day. We warrant them sound in their conceptions. We would give vouchers for the justness of their expression if it were necessary. No doubt of it, answered his kinsman. You would do the same kind office by their lives and their manners from the same motives of companionable feeling. Your ladies of the sock and buskin at Lisbon, said the Marquis de Jeanette, laughing, are doubtless far superior. They certainly are, replied Don Pompeyo. They are some of them at least perfect in their caste, and these, resumed the Marquis, would be warranted by you in their conceptions and expressions. I have no personal acquaintance with them, rejoined Don Pompeyo. I am not of their revels, and can judge of their merit without partiality. Do you in good earnest think your company first rate? No, really, said the Marquis, I think no such thing, and only plead the cause of a few individuals. I give up all the rest. Will you not allow extraordinary powers to the actress who played Dido? Did she not personate that queen with the dignity and at the same time with all the bewitching charms calculated to realize our idea of the character? Could you help admiring the skill with which she seizes on the passions of the spectator and harmonizes their tone to the vibrations she proposes to produce? She may be called perfect in the exquisite art of declaiming. I agree with you, said Don Pompeyo, that she can touch the string either of terror or of pity. Never did any actress come closer to the heart, and the performance is altogether fine, but still she is not without her defects. 2 or 3 things disgusted me in her playing. Would she denote surprise? She glances her eyes to and fro in a most extravagant manner, altogether unbecoming her supposed majesty as a princess. Add to this that in swelling her voice, which is of itself sound and mellifluous, she goes out of her natural key and assumes a harsh ranting tone. Besides, it would seem as if she might be suspected in more than one passage of not very clearly comprehending her author. Yet I would in candor rather suppose her wanting in diligence than capacity. As far as I see, said Damathias to the critic, you will never write complimentary odes to our actresses. Pardon me, answered Don Pompeyo, I can discover high talent through all their imperfections. I must say that I was enchanted with the chambermaid in the interlude. What fine natural parts! With what grace she treads the stage! Has she anything pointed to deliver? She heightens it by an arch smile with a keen glance and sarcastic emphasis which convey more to the understanding than the words to the ear. It might be objected that she sometimes gives too much scope to her animal spirits and exceeds the limits of allowable freedom, but that would be hypercritical. There is one bad habit I should strongly advise her to correct. Sometimes in the very crisis of the action and in an affecting passage, she bursts in all at once upon the interest with some misplaced jest to curry favor with the mob of barren spectators. The pit, you will say, is caught by her artifice. That may be well for her popularity, but not for their taste. And what do you think of the men? Interrupted the Marquis. You must give them no quarter, since you have handled the women so roughly. Not so, said Don Pompeyo. There are some promising young actors, and I am particularly well pleased with that corpulent performer who played the part of Dido's prime minister. His recitation is unaffected, and he declaims just as they do in Portugal. If you can bear such a fellow as that, said Seguiar, you must be charmed with the representative of Aeneas. Did not you think him a great and original performer? Very original indeed, answered the critic. His inflections are quite his own. They are as shrill as an hautboy. Almost always out of nature, he rattles the impressive words of the sentence off his tongue, while he labors and lingers on the expletives. The poor conjunctions are frightened at their own report as they go off. He entertained me excessively, and especially when he was expressing in confidence his distress at abandoning the princess. Never was grief more ludicrously depicted. Fair and softly, cousin, replied Don Alexo. You will make us believe at last that good taste is not greatly cultivated at the court of Portugal. Do you know that the actor of whom we are speaking is esteemed a phenomenon? Did you not observe what thunders of applause he called down? He cannot therefore be contemptible. That therefore does not prove the proposition, replied Don Pompeyo. But, gentlemen, let us lay aside, I beseech you, the injudicious suffrages of the pit. They are often given to performers very unseasonably. Indeed, their boisterous tokens of approbation are more frequently bestowed on paltry copies than on original merit, as Phaedrus teaches us by an ingenious fable. Allow me to repeat it as follows. The whole population of a city was assembled in a large square to see a pantomime played. Among the performers there was one whose feats were applauded every instant. This buffoon, at the end of the entertainment, wished to close the scene with a new device. He came alone upon the stage, stooping down, covering his head with his mantle, and began counterfeiting the squeak of a pig. He acquitted himself so naturally as to be suspected of having the animal itself concealed within the folds of his drapery. He stripped, but there was no pig. The assembly rang with more furious applause than ever. A peasant among the spectators was disgusted at this misplaced admiration. "Gentlemen," exclaimed he, "you are in the wrong to be so delighted with this buffoon. He is not so good a mimic as you take him for. I can enact the pig better. If you doubt it, only attend here this time tomorrow." The people, prejudiced in the cause of their favorite, collected in greater numbers on the next day, rather to hiss the countryman than to see what he could do. The rivals appeared on the stage. The buffoon began, and was more applauded than the day before. Then the farmer, stooping down in his turn, with his head wrapped up in his cloak, pulled the ear of a real pig under his arm and made it squeal most horribly. Yet this enlightened audience persisted in giving the preference to their favorite and hooted the countryman off the boards, who, producing the pig before he went, said, "Gentlemen, you are not hissing me, but the original pig. So much for your judgment." "Cousin," said Don Alexo, "your fable is rather satirical. Nevertheless, in spite of your pig, we will not bate an inch of our opinion. But let us change the subject. This is grown threadbare. Then you set off tomorrow. Do what we can to keep you with us longer." "I should like," answered his kinsman, "to protract my stay with you, but it is not in my power. I have told you already that I am come to the court of Spain on an affair of state. Yesterday, on my arrival, I had a conference with the Prime Minister. I am to see him tomorrow morning, and shall set out immediately afterwards on my return to Lisbon." "You are become quite a Portuguese," observed Seguiar, "and to all appearance we shall lose you entirely from Madrid." "I think otherwise," replied Don Pompeyo. "I have the honor to stand well with the King of Portugal, and have many motives of attachment to that court. Yet, with all the kindness that sovereign has testified towards me, would you believe that I have been on the point of quitting his dominions for ever?" "Indeed, by what strange accident?" said the Marquis. "Give us the history, I beseech you." "Very readily," answered Don Pompeyo, "and at the same time my own, for it is closely interwoven with the recital for which you have called." End of Book 3, Chapter 6. Book 3, Chapter 7 of The Adventures of Gil Blas of Santillane by Alain René Lesage, translated by Tobias Smollett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 3, Chapter 7, History of Don Pompeyo de Castro. Don Alexo knows that from my boyish days my passion was for a military life. Our own country being at peace, I went into Portugal, thence to Africa with the Duke of Braganza, who gave me a commission. I was a younger brother, with as slender a provision as most in Spain, so that my only chance was in attracting the notice of the commander-in-chief by my bravery. I was so far from deficient in my duty that the Duke promoted me step by step to one of the most honorable posts in the service. After a long war, of which you all know the issue, I devoted myself to the court, and the king, on strong testimonials from the general officers, rewarded me with a considerable pension. Alive to that sovereign's generosity, I lost no opportunity of proving my gratitude by my diligence. I was in attendance as often as etiquette would allow me to offer myself to his notice. By this conduct I gained insensibly the love of that prince and received new favors from his hands. One day when I distinguished myself in running at the ring and in a bullfight preceding it, all the court extolled my strength and dexterity. On my return home, with my honors thick upon me, I found there a note informing me that a lady, my conquest over whom ought to flatter me more than all the glory I had gained that day, wished to have the pleasure of my company, and that I had only to attend in the evening at a place marked out in the letter. This was more than all my public triumphs, and I concluded the writer to be a woman of the first quality. You may guess that I did not loiter by the way. An old woman in waiting as my guide conducted me by a little garden gate into a large house, and left me in an elegant closet, saying, "Stay here, I will acquaint my mistress with your arrival." I observed a great many articles of value in the closet, which was magnificently illuminated, but this splendor only caught my attention as confirming me in my previous opinion of the lady's high rank. If appearances strengthened that conjecture, her noble and majestic air on her entrance left no doubt on my mind. Yet I was a little out in my calculation. "Noble sir," said she, "after the step I have taken in your favor, it were impertinent to disown my partiality. Your brilliant actions of today in presence of the court were not the inspirers of my sentiments, they only urged forward this avowal. I have seen you more than once, have inquired into your character, and the result has determined me to follow the impulse of my heart. But do not suppose that you are well with a duchess. I am but the widow of a captain in the king's guards. Yet there is something to throw a radiance round your victory, the preference you have gained over one of the first noblemen in the kingdom. The Duke d'Almeida loves me and presses his suit with ardor, yet without success. My vanity only induces me to bear his importunities, though I saw plainly by this address that I had got in with a coquette. My presiding star was not a whit out of my good graces for involving me in this adventure. Donna Hortensia, for that was the lady's name, was just in the ripeness and luxuriance of youth and dazzling beauty. Nay, more, she had refused the possession of her heart to the earnest entreaties of a duke, and offered it unsolicited to me. What a feather in the cap of a Spanish cavalier! I prostrated myself at Hortensia's feet to thank her for her favors. I talked just as a man of gallantry always does talk, and she had reason to be satisfied with the extravagance of my acknowledgments. Thus we parted the best friends in the world, on the terms of meeting every evening when the Duke d'Almeida was prevented from coming, and she promised to give me due notice of his absence. The bargain was exactly fulfilled, and I was turned into the Adonis of this new Venus. But the pleasures of this life are transitory. With all the lady's precautions to conceal our private treaty of commerce from my rival, he found means of gaining a knowledge of which it concerned us greatly to keep him ignorant. A disloyal chambermaid divulged the state's secret. This nobleman, naturally generous, but proud, self-sufficient, and violent, was exasperated at my presumption. Anger and jealousy set him beside himself. Taking counsel only with his rage, he resolved on an infamous revenge. One night when I was with Hortensia, he waylaid me at the little garden gate, with all his servants provided with cudgels. As soon as I came out, he ordered me to be seized and beat to death by these wretches. "Lay on," said he, "let the rash intruder give up the ghost under your chastisement. Thus shall his insolence be punished." No sooner had he finished these words than his myrmidons assaulted me in a body and gave me such a beating as to stretch me senseless on the ground. after which they hurried off with their master, to whom this butchery had been a delicious pastime. I lay the remainder of the night just as they had left me. At daybreak some people passed by, who, finding that life was still in me, had the humanity to carry me to a surgeon. Fortunately, my wounds were not mortal, and falling into skillful hands, I was perfectly cured in 2 months. At the end of that period, I made my appearance again at court and resumed my former way of life, except that I steered clear of Hortensia, who on her part made no further attempt to renew the acquaintance, because the Duke, on that condition, had pardoned her infidelity. As my adventure was the town talk, and I was known to be no coward, people were astonished to see me as quiet as if I had received no affront, for I kept my thoughts to myself and seemed to have no quarrel with any man living. No one knew what to think of my counterfeited insensibility. Some imagined that, in spite of my courage, the rank of the aggressor overawed me and occasioned my tacit submission. Others, with more reason, mistrusted my silence and considered my inoffensive demeanor as a cover to my revenge. The king was of opinion with these last, that I was not a man to put up with an insult, and that I should not be wanting to myself at a convenient opportunity. To discover my real intentions, he sent for me one day into his closet, where he said, "Don Pompeyo, I know what accident has befallen you, and am surprised, I own, at your forbearance. You are certainly acting a part." "Sire," answered I, "how can I know whom to challenge? I was attacked in the night by persons unknown. It is a misfortune of which I must make the best." "No, no," replied the king, "I am not to be duped by these evasive answers. The whole story has reached my ears. The Duke d'Almeida has touched your honor to the quick. You are nobly born, and a Castilian. I know what that double character requires. You cherish hostile designs. Admit me a party to your purposes. It must be so. Never fear the consequences of making me your confidant." "Since your majesty commands it," resumed I, "my sentiments shall be laid open without reserve. Yes, sir, I meditate a severe retribution. Every man wearing such a name as mine must account for its untarnished luster with his family. You know the unworthy treatment I have experienced, and I propose assassinating the Duke d'Almeida as a mode of revenge correspondent to the injury. I shall plunge a dagger in his bosom, or shoot him through the head, and escape, if I can, into Spain. This is my design." "It is violent," said the king, "and yet I have little to say against it. After the provocation which the Duke d'Almeida has given you, he is worthy of the punishment you destine for him. But do not be in a hurry with your project. Leave me to devise a method of bringing you together again as friends." "Oh, sir," exclaimed I with vexation, "why did you extort my secret from me? What expedient can—" "If mine is not to your satisfaction," interrupted he, "you may execute your first intention. I do not mean to abuse your confidence. I shall not implicate your honor, so rest contented on that head." I was greatly puzzled to guess by what means the king designed to terminate this affair amicably, but thus it was. He sent to speak with the Duke d'Almeida in private. "Duke," said he, "you have insulted Don Pompeyo de Castro. You are not ignorant that he is a man of noble birth, a soldier who has served with credit and stands high in my favor. You owe him reparation." "I am not of a temper to refuse it," answered the Duke. "If he complains of my outrageous behavior, I am ready to justify it by the law of arms." "Something very different must be done," replied the king. "A Spanish gentleman understands the point of honor too well to fight on equal terms with a cowardly assassin. I can use no milder term, and you can only atone for the heinousness of your conduct by presenting a cane in person to your antagonist and offering to submit yourself to its discipline." "Oh, heaven!" exclaimed the Duke. "What, sir, would you have a man of my rank degrade, debase himself before a simple gentleman, and submit to be caned?" "No," replied the monarch. "I will oblige Don Pompeyo to promise not to touch you. Only offer him the cane, and ask his pardon. That is all I require from you." "And that is too much, sir," interrupted the Duke d'Almeda warmly. "I had rather remain exposed to all the secret machinations of his resentment." "Your life is dear to me," said the king, "and I should wish this affair to have no bad consequences. To terminate it with less disgust to yourself, I will be the only witness of the satisfaction which I order you to offer to the Spaniard." The king was obliged to stretch his influence over the Duke to the utmost before he could induce him to so mortifying a step. However, the peremptory monarch effected his purpose and then sent for me. He related the particulars of his conversation with my enemy, and inquired if I should be content with the stipulated reparation. I answered yes, and gave my word that, far from striking the offender, I would not even accept the cane when he presented it. With this understanding, the Duke and myself at a certain hour attended the king, who took us into his closet. "Come," said he to the Duke, "acknowledge your fault, and deserve to be forgiven by the humility of your contrition." Then my antagonist made his apology and offered me the cane in his hand. "Don Pompeyo," said the monarch unexpectedly, "take the cane, and let not my presence prevent you from doing justice to your outraged honor. I release you from your promise not to strike the Duke." "No, sir," answered I, "it is enough that he has submitted to the indignity of the offer. An offended Spaniard asks no more." "Well, then," replied the king, "since you are content with this satisfaction, you may both of you at once assume the privilege of a gentlemanly quarrel. Measure your swords and discuss the question honorably." "It is what I most ardently desire," exclaimed the Duke d'Almeda in a menacing tone, "for that only is competent to make me amends for the disgraceful step I have taken." With these words he went away full of rage and shame, and sent to tell me 2 hours after that he was waiting for me in a retired place. I kept the appointment, and found this nobleman ready to fight lustily. He was not 45, deficient neither in courage nor in skill, so that the match was fair and equal. "Come on, Don Pompeyo," said he, "let us terminate our difference here. Our hostility ought to be reciprocally mortal, yours for my aggression and mine for having asked your pardon." These words were no sooner out of his mouth than he drew upon me so suddenly that I had no time to reply. He pressed very closely upon me at first, but I had the good fortune to put by all his thrusts. I acted on the offensive in my turn. The encounter was evidently with a man equally skilled in defense or in attack, and there is no knowing what might have been the issue if he had not made a false step in retiring and fallen backwards. I stood still immediately and said to the Duke, "Recover yourself." "Why give me any quarter?" he answered. "Your forbearance only aggravates my disgrace. I will not take advantage of an accident," replied I. "It would only tarnish my glory. Once more, recover yourself, and let us fight it out." "Don Pompeyo," said he, rising after this act of generosity, "honor allows me not to renew the attack upon you. What would the world say of me were I to wound you mortally? I should be branded as a coward for having murdered a man at whose mercy I had just before lain prostrate. I cannot, therefore, again lift my arm against your life, and I feel my resentful passions subsiding into the sweet emotions of gratitude. Don Pompeyo, let us mutually lay aside our hatred. Let us go still further. Let us be friends." "Ah, my lord," exclaimed I, "so flattering a proposal I joyfully accept. I proffer you my sincere friendship, and as an earnest promise never more to approach Donna Hortensia, though she herself should invite me." It is my duty, said he, to yield that lady to you. Justice requires me to give her up, since her affections are yours already. No, no, interrupted I, you love her. Her partiality in my favor would give you uneasiness. I sacrifice my own pleasures to your peace. Ah, too generous Castilian, replied the Duke, embracing me, your sentiments are truly noble. With what remorse do they strike me? Grieved and ashamed, I look back on the outrage you have sustained. The reparation in the king's chamber seems now too trifling. A better recompense awaits you. To obliterate all remembrance of your shame, take one of my nieces, whose hand is at my disposal. She is a rich heiress, not 15, with beauty beyond the attractions of mere youth. I made my acknowledgments to the Duke in terms such as the high honor of his alliance might suggest, and married his niece a few days afterwards. All the court complimented this nobleman on having made such generous amends to an insulted rival, and my friends took part in my joy at the happy issue of an adventure which might have led to the most melancholy consequences. From this time, gentlemen, I have lived happily at Lisbon. I am the idol of my wife, and have not sunk the lover in the husband. The Duke of Dalmaida gives me new proofs of friendship every day, and I may venture to boast of standing high in the King of Portugal's good graces. The importance of my errand hither sufficiently assures me of his confidence. End of Book 3, Chapter 7.